Back, let's see if this wants to behave. Trying to do some gameplay here, but then it doesn't want to behave. So we have to do a little quick restart. That seems to be working now. Okay, let's get the music back on. And then go once again to tell everyone that we're back. So I hate to spam everyone, but let me do a quick thing there. So let's just remind people we're live again. Sorry about that. I don't know why this thing wasn't behaving, but at least you get to stare at that victory sign there. So, okay, just one quick moment. Sorry for stream crash. We're back. Come hang out. Okay, and then right over here, same thing. Just do a quick message to everyone that we're back. Like that. Okay, let's get back to some gameplay. So, once again, thanks everyone for coming back on the stream. It's really annoying when things crash, and we were on such a roll. We were getting it done. Just got the last rewards. And then for whatever reason my thing crashed. I don't know if it's Cox Cable to blame, or sunspots, or what, but we should be back now. Confirming all of this. That seems to be working. So, okay, well, yeah, thanks everyone for coming back. Let's do a little bit more gameplay here. I'm trying out this new deck. Supposedly it's one of the good ones. I did manage to get to platinum status. Not platinum, diamond status. Recently. This might have been the 3rd time ever, maybe the 4th time. Yeah, my profile right here, I'm currently at Diamond 4. I think I've gotten to Diamond 3. This was months ago. I've really had a hard time in the most recent standard. People are so good. So at the moment it's Diamond 4, and probably also play a little bit of draft to get that limited rank up as well. We'll do that very soon. Let's see what the daily deals are. Nothing good today. There's been some interesting things recently, but nothing that good today. So, who else is live at the moment? Colonel Manischewitz, Glad Heater, Mages and Mentors, and Power Dragon. Shout out to Power Dragon, who's been on the podcast. And shout out to the Colonel, who writes for PC World, I believe. Let's see about getting back to some gameplay. So how's everyone doing so far? Tell me your biggest triumph today. In the meantime, let's try to do a little bit of this traditional standard Loras deck. I'm still trying to fully figure it out, but it was like one of the top winners of the recent Red Bull tournament. I've been trying it out a little bit. It seems, I don't know, obviously I'm not one of the most amazing players, but it seemed like it didn't handle a lot of what my opponents had. So I'm probably playing it wrong, but we'll give it a shot right here. So they go first. I've got the Alseed, I got the Aegis, God's Willing, and the Blessing. Okay, that's supposed to be good stuff. The opponent has a Lutri. Okay. And let's see. Gotta be a little cordial. Pip pip cheerio. Speaking of which, I've got the British flag. sleeves. These were on sale for 1 day only. So picked up a batch. Okay, they've got double blue, so what does that mean? They probably have... Well, let's see what happens here. If I try to attack, it is pausing for them. Possibly? I guess I can hold off a little bit longer for that stone coil. Double blue. They didn't use their double blue, so... What else is that about? Okay, let's see about getting a ginger brute in, if possible. That is getting countered, sure. Then what I could do is bring, after they tap out, I guess a 2/2 stone coil isn't so bad. It probably, however, will have the Brazen Borrower to bounce something back, but does that even matter? Loris's big idea is that it will be able to... Okay, let me think here a moment. What I want to do... Well, let's see what they will do. They might do a... Okay, they're going to do a Threno D. Something will get -X. That's fine. They're going to give it to that, which is fine. But what if I first do that? Okay. So that's a 1/4. I'll just block that. Sure. I can let that go through because then I could do some of this. It might not be the best to put it on that Alseed, which could be a protector for other things. So yeah, I'm looking at my stream and I've got the Cardboard Live and it's freaking amazing. Shout out to Cardboard Live. Thank you for getting me in on the beta on that. I look like a total professional. I've got all my zones. They're gonna do the Ominous Seas. Okay. So I've got all of these zones that you can hover over and see everything. You can also request commands. Okay, so I guess I might have another Threnody Singer, some other flash critter. Double block on that. Okay, let's see what we want to do here. That's going to be 2 damage to something, so I guess I'll put it there. And let's see if this goes through or they counterspell that. Guess not. Okay, don't need more lands. I'm getting a nice out of the opponent. I guess that's not sarcastic. I can bring out Loris, or they might have that counterspell. There's only 1 copy of Loris, so I don't want it counterspelled. Tome Raider, sure. Hey Daybreak, welcome back. Yeah, my stream totally crashed up and such apologies for that. Had to restart it like 3 times. So my opponent has the Lutri card, but I've got Lurus. So what do we want to do here? I guess we will have the solid footing action. Okay, let's see what we get here. So the opponent has some form, well, they have Lutri. They have 3 mana up in blue. I guess there's not much of a need to attach the solid footing. Maybe. Let's see. If they've got their 3 mana, that could be for Lutri. So I keep getting nice. Again, I don't know if that's sarcastic or what, but let's take it. Okay, I got 30 life. I've got a Lurus, which I know they want to counterspell, so will not give them the satisfaction. Now they will rage attack with a 1/1. Okay, well, actually, now they have a Sea Dasher. Aw, man. Okay, well, that'll draw them a card. 2 mana to mutate. Draws them a card. I guess I'll leave back. Well, that's a flyer too. Well, I can leave back my Stone Coil. Okay, so double blue mana. They can still probably do another Sea Dasher. And I will have a blocker ready for that Sea Dasher. Actually, what they're going to do is they're going to play a spell with their Singing Lionfish will then trigger to tap my Serpent. And they'll get in with that Serpent to attack. Huh. Blast Zone, don't see that as much as before. There we go, just like I said, they're going to do that. They're going to double cast that. They're going to tap my Serpent, draw them a card, but they'll be tapped out, which is good. I'll be able to bring out my Lurus, and then I've got some stuff from the graveyard that I can bring back. Just 1 per turn. So what do I want? Maybe Gingerbrute? Oops, they're revealing the Flood of Tears. Not good, but they're tapped out of land. And I've got 31. And they also got an Ashiok's Erasure. What does that one do again? When it enters, exile target spell. Okay, so it's a counter spell that... It's a counter spell that's like a Meddling Mage. Let's do some of this. A little bit of tapping action like that. Bring out Lurus, be able to get stuff from the graveyard. Bring out a Gingerbrute, make it unblockable. Going in with a 3/5, a 3/5, and a 1/1 unblockable. So of course they need to tap some good stuff. I mean, of course they need to block with good stuff. Double block there, I guess. It'll take everything out, but I guess Lutri first. Okay, so they've got plenty of mana for their Flood. I guess they'll do their Flood, but everything of mine is low cost. So if they use their Flood, who cares? If they use their Ashiok's Erasure, will they need the Ashiok's Erasure as a reactive thing? They're going to hit me with the Octopus. Shields are down. They're going to grab something. They have 7 counters. Okay, they probably could also pretty easily do their 8th counter for a Kraken. Not too worried. That Flood is not an instant, so I guess they went to go... They tutored for the Flood, but then they didn't actually cast it. Return all non-land permanents to their owner's hand. If you return 4 or more, you may put something back. So I don't know why they went to go get that. They got a counter spell, which is a permanent counter spell. And now they did the Flood. Okay, I guess. But you don't get anything back, do you? Yeah, so was that worth it? Okay, well, what about this? How about a huge... Okay, let's... Lurus first. They're completely down. How about a Lurus and then... something out of the graveyard. And then a Brute. And that gets a +1. You know what? This might have... I think I misplayed that. I think I could have brought Gingerbrute back and attached enough power onto it to kill him. Yeah, I think that was a misplay. Because I could have put the Glaring Aegis on it. And then the Sentinel, and then another Glaring I had 6 mana. Yeah, I might... I don't know. Let's not overthink it. Okay, Fibblethip. If they don't have their 4th land, then they won't have their... Okay, that's their 4th land. That's fine, I guess. Okay, so let's have them use up a counter spell. I could still possibly win this. If they use up this counter spell, good. And then what about for this counter spell right here? Good. And what about this counter spell? So we can give them a sorry, tap that. And then just possibly go with the unblockability of it. I guess that final oops is because they can do that. So nice. Okay. Well, we have that possibility. Let's see. Actually, I don't want to get rid of Ginger Brute. What do I want to get rid of? Karametra's Blessing. Okay. I'm still getting good gamed, but is that a mind trick? I'm still getting the good game. I only attacked with one thing. I should have attacked with 2 things. Yeah, Twitch is still no good. I should be visible on Twitch, but like the theory of Twitch, if Twitch is not good, then there's that. Yeah, so okay. I guess what else can I do about this game? My Lurus is gone. Yeah, there was some misplays right there, so let's try again. So what do we want to do with this? They're playing mono blue. What matters in mono blue? What helps here in mono blue? Nothing really, I guess. That disenchant. So I just there were a few misplays there, so let's try to do that again. So if people are hanging out on Twitch, in a moment you should be able to hover over my... When the game starts, you should be able to hover over the screen, and then on Twitch it will show you like all of the zones and cards and everything, and that's shout out to Cardboard Live. Thanks for getting me in on the beta on that. Just like the professionals. Okay. Turn 1, Ginger Brute. Turn 2, Ale Seed. Plus Solid Footing, I guess. And then we'll see where it goes from there. And do people know that you can interact with this environment? For example, you can touch the lava and it sprays at you. Whoa! You can also break the pillars. Okay, so 2 mana. When did Flag Sleeves? They were available for only 1 day. They were part of the daily deals thing. So I got the UK, sleeve as well as the US sleeve, France, and what else did I get? France, US, UK, Japan. So getting a glimpse of freedom. Okay, I guess that'll get tapped. Sure. You have one more blue. Try to aggro them a bit. That is a spectral sailor, sure. So they're playing mono blue. China, I don't believe there was a China sleeve actually. What else was there? There was Brazil. There was South Korea. Let's see if we can have them take the bait here. That's some good bait. So there was Brazil, South Korea, Spain. Sounds like China, where your president says it. China. He's not my president. He's a fake president. But yeah, that person that is currently occupying the White House illegally does say it weird. You are correct. So we have a huge creature, but what do we want to do here? This might... Well, I can... This is GG because that becomes unblockable. There we go. Nice. Okay, now that's how you're supposed to play this deck. Okay, let's go to round 3. Let's get the head in the game and make sure we know what we're doing here. Now that I see they've got a big old Cavalier, I guess this Blade Banish has some value. I guess Disenchant doesn't. What else do we want to do here? I guess the big idea is Ginger Brute plus Glitters plus Unblockable. Besides that, I guess Healy isn't that important. Hushbringer for that Cavalier. Yeah, let's put in some Hushbringers instead of these Healing Hawks. So while the opponent gears up, we've got Glad Heater, Mages and Sages, and Power Dragon playing. Have you showcased your new Brawl deck? We can actually play it in a bit. I have played it before on stream, and then I made a video about it. So the... oh, okay, we're talking about the one that you and me played. Well, I've got another one. I've got a Kahira deck. My podcast that released on Friday, I had the audio version of the deck tech, and then on Monday we'll release the video version of that deck tech, which is a Kahira Brawl deck. As for the Ulamog one, you can't play it unless you play Historic, and there's no historic Brawl queues. You have to you have to 1v1 the historic decks. They need to give us Historic Brawl all the time. They need to give us Historic Brawl all the time. They gave us the Historic regular challenge thing, but then not anything else. That seems to be a 5/5 with Vigilance. So I guess here they'll make some Krakens. Tentacle tokens. I need to get that Hushbringer out to hopefully lock down some shenanigans. Cryptic Cavern, Saint Row. I guess that's fine. Kept 2 on top, not good. They're attacking A, okay. That is a 5/5. Reading the card explains the card. Gotta run. No problem. Thanks for hanging out. Always appreciated. Always appreciated. Thank you so much. Hope to do well. Guess here we'll get out that, even though it would have been better to have 1 more free mana just in case the Ginger Brute gets targeted. I think it's about to get targeted. Ooh, getting iced. Okay, I guess that's not so bad. I lose 2 turns off of that, which is not so bad. That's attacking with that. I can take 5 damage. Alright, I guess we can bring out a Loris. And nothing meaningful out of the graveyard. Oh no, never mind. Hushbringer doesn't let you do it, I guess. I guess that's one thing that Hushbringer... Wait, Hushbringer should. Creatures entering the battlefield or dying don't cause. That's not a dying. Why did it not let me... Whoops, I guess we have... I guess I should have also blocked with the Hushbringer that had lifelink. And then the Ice Queen, whatevs. Okay. So... Yes, is this a bug? Hushbringer. Creatures entering the battlefield or dying don't cause abilities to trigger. And I've got 1 thing in the graveyard. Okay, yeah, I should be able to... During each of your turns, you may cast one permanent spell. Never mind. Reading the card explains the card. Okay, so anyway, let's go for it like this. That'll be a blocker. Makes another tentacle, I suppose. That's a 6/7, but it doesn't have trample. So obviously I can block with the 1/1. They needed a card. It becomes even larger, but no trample, so who cares? If they can't get rid of my Ginger Brute, it's all good. Okay, so we'll block these things over here. That's a 2/3. I guess that's just 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 damage. Guess that's good. Is it too early to good game? I could still probably... Something could happen, so this time we'll do the all-in. Yep, so 1 more thing's gonna happen. Yeah, the Brazen Borrower. That'll get double blocked. 1 goes through. Bring out another Brute. Give that some double action. guess we'll just keep all of this as blocks. That's a fish, I guess. They could have tapped me out, but I think that was a mistake. 7, 8, 9. No, they're still going to do it. They're going to do it on my turn. Because they're going to flash cast that... You're going to flash cast the borrower, but this still might be game over, because even if they block one of my... Yeah, so they're going to flash cast out, they're going to tap something right there, but that's still good game, because I have one fly... Well, I guess it's not. Never mind. Yep, they got me. So close. There were a couple of misplays that I could have done here and there, and there were a couple of times that I could have played a little better, but I guess when you're playing up at these levels, no mistakes are possible. Let's switch up gears for a moment. Let's go look at the challenges that we have. What is this early access event? Oh, is this the new Corset 2021? Oh yeah, there it is right there. So yeah, so I applied for the early access streamer event. Corset 2021 is already coming soon. Corset 2021 is already coming soon, and Ikoria just released in paper. But we've been playing it for a while, so on the one hand, it's new on paper, but then it's been out digitally, so how do people feel about that? Okay, so one from Mom's Fridge. I tried to submit this the other... Yeah, I was trying to submit this the other day, and it wasn't working. So let me do a quick pause right here to go submit the... that particular challenge. I was trying to submit it last week. And where is it here? Drafting challenge, one for Mom's Fridge. Here we go. So I had this challenge ready to submit to them, and it was just crashing the whole time that I was trying to, so I guess I'll do it now. This is when people were suggesting, hey, why not draw some cool stuff? Which I did, but then they weren't accepting it, or I don't know what's going on. So there we go, submitting it. Besides that, these other ones, I don't really think I'll be able to do these. The time limit ones are going to get done automatically. Like the 10-hour one, I'm about to reach that one. So there's not a lot of challenges at the moment. What's upcoming? Play Together, May 2020, Community Wednesdays. So yeah, there we go. We've got a little bit more gameplay. I guess we'll get back to the game for a moment. I'm going to do a BRB for a moment, and then we'll continue right now. So don't forget to tell your friends and family, come on over. VM Campus is streaming at the moment. Let's have fun and do cool magic stuff. So I'll be right back. Alright everyone, we're back. I fed the cat, I refilled my drink, and now I'm ready to do a little bit more gameplay. Now we have various challenges that could happen. For example, the brand new festival, Clever Reflections. This one's going on here, it's 2,500. You keep playing until you win, and basically it's a bunch of sleeves. Do I want any of these sleeves? Necropanther, don't care. Lord Dracus, don't care. Boneyard Lurker, don't care. Regal Leosword, don't care. Trumpeting Gunnar, don't care. I don't really care about any of these, but I guess the honor of it all. So this event is commons and uncommons only. This one... This is Artisan. This is Artisan. This is Historic Artisan. Okay, let's give this one a try anyway. Even though I don't care about the... even though I don't care about the rewards very much, but I've got a deck here. My Artisan Boros Haste deck. This was pretty much all already. This was already Artisan, almost, except for 2 cards, I think, and something in the sideboard. Which reminds me, like, why does Wizards love to have everything as best of one, like this right here? This hand is not great, and supposedly the shuffler is... Don't tell me I'm going to run into a mono red opponent already. Okay, fine, they're not... At least they're not doing mono red haste. If they're doing goblins, that'll be great. So at the moment, I'm doing that banneret. I guess what I need to do is use my seal away for that banneret when it gets big. So I will let that do its thing. But I guess what I want to do here is leave the mana open for when that banneret gets big. I then want to deal with it. Hopefully, well, I guess I'll deal with that. There's 2 things to deal with. Okay, so at least they're playing a fun tribal deck. Goblins. I approve of that. Oh, I guess because they've got their goblin sleeve, so it's goblins. What do we want to do here? Next turn, I guess Ancestral Blade, and then we've got to do our Voltron strategy. So we'll add some Rage, Frenzied Rage. So that Cardboard Live Portal is really cool if you follow that link. So I'll show it here briefly in the web browser. If you follow that link that I put it there in the chat, it shows me my current active deck, which you can click on and it shows it to you amazingly. All of this is happening through the client itself. So that's really cool. Okay, so they really want that Goblin War Chief A. Okay, well, what we will do here is make that big and then make that fly, and it's got Menace, so then it'll be a good blocker that draws me a card. That's a land. That is a 6/5 with Menace, Flying, and Vigilance. So I can live with that. Okay, it's more of a gruel build. Ooh, Goblin Ringleader. Gem Palm Incinerator. Uh-oh, what does that one do? It does stuff with goblins, right? When you cycle this, you may have it deal X based on the number of goblins you have on the battlefield. So, okay, they got their win condition. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 damage, I guess. Is it worth it? I guess so, because then you do the attack and then you do all the damage. And I'm just getting a ton of land. Okay, well, maybe I'll get something a little bit more meaningful out of this pull. Okay, I'll take that 1/1, I guess, but I don't have anything to equip it to. Actually, what I could do, I can pass my short sword to the champion after I attack, and then he's a little bigger. Where's my short sword? This thing's got a short sword, right? There we go, short sword. So how does one soldier hold on to so much good stuff? It's got 4 pairs of wings with the angelic gift, and then they're holding so many equipments. Okay, cycle that for some... Oh, okay, I see. It's to one thing. Okay, it's not so bad. I thought it was going to be to me. I guess they'll cycle one more time, though. I guess they'll cycle next time. Okay. So, Grumgully, sure. Okay, so I totally respect them with their mono... with their goblin theme, although green for Grumgully. Not too important. They can sacrifice something. Use the Skirk Prospector to make some goblins, but I guess not. Okay, so I guess what we'll do is we'll get rid of this. Although to spite me, what they should do is sacrifice their own gob. Okay, so that should be out of the reach of the Gem Palm Razor. What's it called again? Gem Palm Incinerator. So I guess there was a whole set of Gem Palms in whatever set that was. Onslaught or something? Ah, look at that. That's one of my favorite cats, plus the animation. Okay, they've got a bunch of that. They're just gonna go for it all, I suppose. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Now they could have finished that off by, if they had one shock in hand, sacrifice one of their goblins, hit me with the shock. But beggars can't be choosers. Okay, so I got the Necropanther. Cool art, but I don't play that card. This Boros Haste deck kind of went pretty slow. It didn't do what I needed it to do. But that's how that goes. So here again is another bad draw. Let's try to do this mulligan. We're on the thing, so we get a draw. They get a loyal Peggy. Peggy the Pegasus. Totally on curve. That Pegasus could not attack without a companion, so don't forget about that. Okay, next, hopefully what I'm able to do is I can bring out the blade. I can bring out the blade and then, well, no, bring out the piercer. equip it, pick off a flyer, equip a second piercer, Curious Obsession, okay. Lucky on that. So we'll do some of this action. That's a 5/5 with trample. Double hits to their flyers. Next turn. If I get some sort of enchantment, I mean some sort of instant, some sort of aura. What I could do is bring out the 10th Legion. But it's got to be a 2 mana, which it should be. I should have everything as 2 manas. So I'm looking at myself again on the actually, let's get rid of this uh-oh, some sort of flash instant or something. We're gonna get bounced back. Double damage on that. A rally of wings. Okay. I guess if you double block, you'll be okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, 5 damage in total. I guess this will be a board wipe. I'm fine with that. Rally of Wings, that's a good one. Cloudkin Seer draws a card, still have 2 more mana. And instead they go with a flyer. Okay, so we can do this, and this, and this. And that seems to do some nice things. So we can do the things. There we go. I like that. Okay, that's a 2/3. No problem. Guess we don't need this guy anymore. Bring out another 2/2. Getting lots of nices over here. That's a 2/3, that's a 2/3. Sure. I guess what we could do here is risk it for the biscuit. So 2 damage to something. If that goes down to 4, I guess I've got to do it on both of these. That's got menace, first of all. So, guess let's spread it around. So I'm about to do 5 damage. I guess we need to weaken the flyers. Everything got killed. Okay, that's good. Wasn't expecting that, actually. I guess my math is worse than I thought, but okay. Board wipe. You played every single one of your freaking Imperial things, right? Okay. Guess another one of those. Oh man, I should have attached the forgot I had that blade there. Jazzer is my opponent. Getting the good game. Okay, I think that went pretty well. I forgot about the other equipment on the battlefield, but it went fine. I think we've got enough aggro fun stuff going on that. So the lore Drakus, love the art on that. Are all of these rewards only artisan sized? Yep, so if we look at our Cardboard Live screen, why does it show? Is this different? Anyway, here, so they go first, but I have what I need. Uh-oh. Am I going to get a Thought Erasure turn 2? I guess I'm fine with that. They'll probably get one of my 10th District Legionnaires, which is fine. No, instead they'll Surveil. Okay, I'll try to set this up here with my usual buddy. If I am able to have this survive... Okay, they're going to do a destroy on that, I guess. Fine, let's do it this way. The blade doesn't enhance this creature. Next turn, they'll probably have a murder. So they're going to look at everything in my hand. What are they going to grab? I've got a couple of good things. Okay, that one was fine. Exile target opponent's graveyard, which doesn't matter. I get to drop something, but I guess I'll drop that. Get a gift over here. Don't need a land. Draws a Sentinel's Eyes. I could not resist that. Scry that. Okay, that'll work. Kind of. Let's see, 7/7. Exile my graveyard. Sure. Now here's when the murder or whatever comes in. I don't suppose... Okay, they're going to do one of those. I guess their deck doesn't really do anything unless you've got... They're like, I can't handle any more of that, so GG. Even though they had some of the best uncommons out there, the Bolus's Citadel and Elspeth's Nightmare, but still my aggro creatures out-aggroed them, so as it should be. Let's keep going here. So how's everyone doing? We got a Boneyard Lurker. So many eyeballs. How many eyeballs does that have? 5 eyeballs? Plus a skull in its antler. So the reward system, this is just cosmetics. These don't even really matter. But cosmetics are cosmetics. Some of these things are kind of cool looking, so I guess people might enjoy them that way. Okay, so I get my champion plus Frenzied plus Valduk. I like this. I like this stuff here. So we'll pretend that we're just a simple white mage. Doing all right so far. Very good. Oh, this person has some cool sleeves. These are the Demir. Ah, man, they brain maggoted me. Anyway, this opponent has some cool Demir sleeves. I'm probably going to grab my Valduk, which is fine. Valduk is the good card there. I guess they'll go with the champion. They could go with the champion because it's my next play, but Valduk's going to be the heavy hitter. Yep, they went with Valduk. Okay. Let's see if our champion is able to live. So are there any good Ikoria cards out that are there any good Ikoria cards out there that seem good for some decks? Let's make a huge monster of our own right here. That's a 5/4 with Menace, and then now that's also an 8/7 with Menace and Vigilance and Trample. Luca, yeah, that's going to be perfect. That's that mono-red Planeswalker with Sneak Attack built into it. People are making some crazy stuff with that. Obviously, like, you know, a 1/1 token into Emrakul in Modern, I guess Pioneer too, but even in Standard, Luca can get you into some good stuff. I guess they'll have one more Yarok's Fenlurker to clean out my hand. And of course they see it's in my hand, so they won't mess with it. And then I'm just getting dumb stuff. Okay, well, at least if they drop their 6th land... Okay, there's that Fenlurker, like I said. They have 3 mana left. That they're gonna attack with that, +1 it. I'm fine with that. They're holding back, so they clearly have a murder ready for my next creature there. Okay, well, if I have just a bunch of lands, there's no point in playing. GG to the opponent. Let's try that again without the with a better clean slate. Now, have you been keeping up with the story of Luca? Apparently, spoiler alert? Well, I guess I won't say it. Do you want to know what I know about Luca's character within the Magic story? Roxy Celeste is the opponent. Pretty cool name. So I guess what I want to do here is the Heart Piercer Bow, Dread Malkin. So from what I understand, Luca is first, he's part of the whole Dranith community or whatever, and he's one of the Coppercoats, one of the military personnel and such. And he totally believes in the... I'm gonna keep well, I guess I can have more than one, so if it gets killed, it's fine. But he believes in the whole idea of, like, yes, these monsters, they're bad and they're trying to get us, so kill the monsters. But then one day, some majestic flying cat dragon thing nuzzles up to him or something, and he's like, hey, monsters aren't so bad. So then he's like, I guess I won't kill monsters anymore. So he tries to tell his boss, General Kudro, that, hey, monsters aren't so bad, we shouldn't kill them all the time. And then he's like, yeah, right, exile. So he gets exiled, and he gets exiled, but then also he... Actually, wait a minute. Okay, that'll work. He gets exiled, and then the generals are like, go find him and kill him. He's been exiled, but go find him and kill him. So... he's running and stuff. But then in the woods, he meets Vivian. And Vivian's like, hey, man, I'll help you. So she stops the other guys from killing Luca. So they become friends. And they learn about each other and stuff. And of course, she's a big animal person. And then Luca suddenly realizes, yeah, these monsters aren't so bad. I have a connection with them. I guess I can bond with them. And so forth. If only I can convince General Kudrow that they're not so bad. So he tries to, after he figures out that he can kind of control them, after Luca figures out he's got this ability to kind of control the monsters, he wants to tell Kudrow, they're not so bad, we can use the monsters as weapons. And Kudrow's still like, yeah, right. So then he ends up killing Luca's tiger, flying cat thing, the one that started the whole storyline. So a lot of what I'm talking about is also in these stories. That one, Heartless Act or Cruel Act or whatever it's called, that one is also a part of the storyline. And so the general has his cat killed, and so Luca's like, I will get my revenge. And oh, you have a death touch creature? Well, you had a death touch creature. Good game. I'm getting good gamed. Because that seems to be 12 plus 7. And they lost their will to live. Sorry about that, Roxy Celeste. Negative 13. Anyway, so then Luca is like, yeah, we can control the monsters. We can use the monsters as a weapon. And Vivian's like, hey, wait a minute. Are you sure you want to do that with monsters and creatures? They're good. Don't use them as weapons. So Luca, all of this is to say, he basically then starts to attack Dranith with his monsters, with the Leotar or whatever. He's then going to attack his hometown to kill Kudrow, to show them, like, we should use the monsters as weapons, because there's, like, cards such as Weaponize the Monsters. And Kudrow now and the people inside of Dranith are in danger from Luca. And Vivian's like, you shouldn't do that. So ultimately, Luca starts to become a bad guy in the story. He's one of the few, like, he's one of the few villainous planeswalkers. That's not right. There's so many villainous planeswalkers. Bolas and Tezzeret. So never mind. I was for whatever reason thinking that only, like, the good guys, the good ones are planeswalkers, but that's not true at all. So Luca basically starts off as, like, a good guy, but then becomes a bad guy because he wants to kill the general, which he's bad, but he then wants to, like, use the monsters to take over Dranith, and even then Vivian has to fight him and say, hey, you're not being a good person. And so Luca's... the battle is going on, and the Ozolith is somehow involved. And Luca's so stressed out or whatever, and the battle's going on. And then his Planeswalker spark ignites, and he Planeswalks away somewhere. So that's kind of the story right there. There's a lot of nuance, of course, but basically Luca has become the bad one of the story. Even though it was General Kudrow. First. So that's kind of the condensed version of Luca. Oh, look at that. I'm about to get hit by an Ashiok. Well, I guess that's slightly bad. It took away my Sentinel's eyes. But that's okay. I seem to have a 7/7, so I can live with that. So while you're busy doing graveyard shenanigans to me, I've got some fun stuff going on. So unless there's a board wipe coming up, that's 2 and that's 3. Oops, Chupacabra. Okay, I can live with that. Because Short Sword plus Angelic Gift is still game over to the opponent. Yep, so let's do a little bit of this fun stuff right here. This seems to be a 5/4 plus 12 damage of 3 ones with haste and trample. So okay, block with 1 choop, but that's still -1. Nor will W. Wow, Luca kind of reminds you of Sephiroth. That's sad. That's sad about the tiger. Yeah, exactly. Like if we pull up the actual cards, if we go over here, there's the how do we search here? We have this special ability over here. Story Spotlight is Spotlight. Okay, so we can do this. Advanced search is Spotlight set Ikoria. And anyway, thanks for visiting also, Gabe. Thanks for coming in to the stream. So here's the official like story cards of Ikoria. They're not numbered anymore like they used to be. It's just Story Spotlight. But basically we have, here's the story. Tentative connection. Luca was ordered to kill a threat. He chose to make a friend. So after he saw this cute tiger thing, he's like, hey, monsters aren't so bad. Okay, so then after that comes Sanctuary Lockdown. Draneth gives no quarter to traitors, says General Kudro. So it's like, get out of here, Luca. So he gets exiled. Oh, actually, what do the cards do? So 3 mana for a sorcery. This spell costs 3 less. Gain control of target creature. Okay, so you can do the treasonous act of treason for 1 red mana if you've got a creature with menace. So there's that one. Then Sanctuary Lockdown. Enchantment. Humans get +1. 2, tap an untapped human. Target creature, tap a creature. Okay, so that's the next story there. He gets exiled. He's like, we don't like furries here in Draneth. You gotta get out of here. So he gets exiled. After that, we then have Thwart the Enemy. Your prey is in my custody now. Withdraw, says Vivian. So she rescues Luca from the assassins that were going to get him. Prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn to creatures by creatures your opponents control. So that's the next part of the story right there. Then the next part of that is, it's not part of the story, but the next card in the sequence is Weaponize the Monsters. Revenge is a path inevitably walked alone. So here, 2 sacrifice a creature, it deals 2 damage to any target. So here now Luca is like, we'll use the monsters, and I'll take over Draneth, I know what I'm talking about, and we're gonna kill you. So that's when Vivian is like, that's not cool. And then the next part of that is then Vivian has to then fight back against Luca, who thought, actually wait a minute, there's one more plot after that. Okay, after Thwart, Luca tries to then reason with Kudro, and then we get Heartless Act. It's them or us. And here we have Luca's little tiger thing about to get killed heartlessly. So after that, we have Weaponize the Monsters. And now Luca's all berserk or whatever, and he's attacking his hometown. And now Vivian has to kind of like save. Ooh, we got an external rated us with 11. Thanks so much for that. Totally appreciate it. Welcome to everyone coming to hang out from External's stream. I'm VM Campos. If you don't know me, I play Magic every Saturday night. Magic Arena. We do some gameplay. We do some... we look at cards. We do some strategy, some 1v1. The card of the day. I've got a crack a pack to do in a moment. So thanks for that, External. Totally appreciate the raid. We'll get back to the gameplay one moment. We're talking about the story. So Vivian then is like, stop it. Luca, you're not being a good person. And then there's one more card, but it's not part of the... thanks for following there, Tank Destroyer, and thank you as well, RXZay. not coming to final day. Let's leave work over there, and let's leave fun stuff over here. But I get what you're saying. No problem. So the final card, it's called Unpredictable or Unstable something. What's the final card in the sequence? Let me look it up right here. It's a red card. What's it called? The final card in the sequence here is called... Oh, here. No, which one is it? Right there. Unpredictable Cyclone. This final card is then when Luca, his spark ignites, and he's all like, "Peace out, I'm a planeswalker." So that's the whole set. So once again, thanks everyone for coming to hang out. You may or may not know me from online and such. I play Magic Arena. I've been sponsored by Wizards of the Coast before. Been part of their early access events and such. Been actually mailed free product. Not this one, but other stuff. And just finished playing a game right now. So anyone else into Magic there in the chat? Got some followers. Hopefully you're into Magic. Maybe we'll 1v1 if you want. My gamer tag right here on Magic is VMComposPound 69225 if you're interested in that. Plus, you can also earn some VMC points simply by hanging out and chatting in the chat there. All you have to do is check points, exclamation point points, to see how many points you have. 100 points gets you a Magic Arena game code courtesy of Wizards of the Coast. So there you go, Tank Destroyer, you've already got 45 points. You're like halfway there to getting your first reward. Thanks for hanging out. So you've played it before, but you haven't played it in a while. It's amazing. You got to get back into it. It's a brand new set. Depending what you're into, are you into cute stuff or are you into badass stuff? Because the current set is both. Never usually got into it, but you'll watch it, see how it goes. Yep, let's do a little bit of gameplay right here and see how it goes. So right now I'm playing my aggro deck. You're into both? This is the perfect set for you. I'm going to show you right now some of the cute cards and some of the badass cards. I'll show you how to kill everything right now. This is my aggro deck where, if it all works well, this is exactly what I want here, low-cost creatures with equipment to totally wreck the opponent. So this should be a good hand against my opponent, Jay Beck. So, turn 1, Short Sword. This is an equipment that I can attach to a creature. Turn 2. Let's see, do we want to do Shock and Awe, or do we want to play it... I guess I'm going to have to be slightly slow. Slightly. I'm going to bring out this 1/1 that when you equip him, he gets huge. He gets totally swole. So the Champion of the Flame, for every equipment that he's holding, he gets +2/+2. Now, however, the opponent has 3 mana. That could be a counter spell. Those are nasty. So, I'm okay. Yeah, this is Magic Arena. This is the latest version of Magic the Gathering. It is the best version ever. You can act with the stream. Yeah, you can hover over my stream and see what cards I have and what's on the battlefield. This is like the latest version. Is this on stream or its own client? The hover stuff is part of the is one of my extensions on Twitch. It's the Cardboard Live extension. It's in beta, and they added me into the beta, so shout out to Cardboard Live for getting me on the beta. It's not part of the main arena. The hover stuff is part of Cardboard Live, which you have to be on the beta list for that. So it's really cool because you hover over the screen and you see all this cool stuff. Okay, so what do I want to do here? Once again, this little creature is now... He went from small to swole. This suddenly is an 8/7. How did this suddenly go from a 1/1 to an 8/7 and my opponent is like losing the will to live? Look at that. Now, the problem with this deck, though, is that it is susceptible to disruption, so if they just bounce back my creature, I lose all of those cool abilities, but they're dead if they don't deal with this creature next turn. What does land do? So the way Magic works is every turn you draw a card from your deck. You play a land. Lands, then, you tap them to generate mana to do something. If I want to summon this creature right here, Valduck, I have to pay 3 mana. I pay 1 red plus 2 more of any color. Red, white, blue, black, or green. 3 mana in total. So I have currently 3 lands that I can tap to give me 3 mana to summon Valduck. I don't want to do that because my opponent has 3 islands, which give them 3 mana to counterspell me. So they'll probably kill my creature before it even gets summoned. So instead of giving them the satisfaction of counterspelling me, I will attack with an 8/7. That might be unblockable. So it allows you to place down cards every turn. If you have a land, you play a land. I didn't draw a land this time, so I didn't play one. So I stopped at 3. Tank Destroy, you've got 105 points. You are ready to redeem your very first Magic Arena code. Where do you get the key? Well, you have to ask Link for the key. It's in the dungeon. What do you mean the key, actually? The game code. The game code, as per my stream title, is !redeem space. I'm going to put it like this so that it doesn't redeem it for me, but it's mtgacode. Remove the exclamation point. I mean, remove the parentheses. !redeem space mtgacode without the parentheses, and that'll redeem your code. There you go, you just redeemed it. Congrats. Click the link there to redeem your code. You get a free code for Magic Arena. It gives you cards, so it helps you build your collection. So let's do one more with this deck. I'll switch over to some other decks in a moment. But my throat is parched, so let me get some more of my grown-up drink. How's everyone doing tonight? Did you have a good time at External's stream? Did he win all the things on Valorant? I've never played it before, but I know that's the hot game at the moment. Hopefully you did well in your tournament as well. Okay, what do we do here? This is not a good hand. Well, it's okay. It's an okay hand. So, I have 2 mana. You're on Apex Legends? Okay, cool. So I have 2 mana here. When it's my turn, I could drop a land, but then I can't do anything until turn 2. So I'll keep that. Had a good one. Getting ready to sleep? No problem. Thanks for hanging out again, Daybreak. It's always cool when you come to hang out. We've got to do our commander battle soon enough. Okay, so I've got a 2/3, but so see how it's working. I had 2 mana. I tapped both to bring out my sword, which automatically gave me a creature. So now I've got a creature. They've got their creature's a 2/3, so I can do 2 damage and absorb 3 damage. Mine's a 2/2. It can only do 2 damage and then take 2 damage. But then I cast these other enchantments to do other fun stuff, such as giving this a +1 and another +1. And suddenly that's a 4/4. Attacking. So I've got a defender that is now a 4/4. It started off as a 1/1. Now it's a 4/4. They've got a 2/3 and a 2/2. So I gotta be careful about that. And oh man, okay, so they did 4 damage directly to my creature, so now it's dead. And now they're attacking with theirs. Good night, see you next time. Take care. Okay, so as for myself, yeah, I'm at a disadvantage now. I have plenty of mana, but I have 1 creature, and they've got 2 creatures. So I guess what I need to do is... Okay, I'm gonna scare them right here. by making this now into a 4-3. You're going to spend your points. Yeah, definitely. I think there's a limit to 10 cards in total. That's plenty. Plus you get a lot of free cards when you install the game for the first time. Let's make this creature even bigger. Let's make it ludicrously big. That's now a 7/5. But it doesn't have vigilance, right? So if I attack, yeah, I'm going to hold off. So that's a 7/5. No, these points, the Twitch points that you can upload your deck to. Yes, this deck that I have right here. There you go. You've redeemed your Twitch points, and not the Twitch points, the VMC points. Thank you for that. And you got a treat. Okay, so I'm attacking with a big ol' 8/6. If they cannot deal with my one creature next turn, they are dead. They have 2, 4. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 5 creatures. But I'm winning. I have one creature that's swole. And they have a whole bunch of little creatures. So let's see if they can get rid of my flying 8/6. Where do you put your code in once you get the game? I'll show you right now after I hopefully win this match. I'll show you right now where to do it. It's in the icon of store, but I'll show you in a moment. So that's how much damage is that? That's 3. Let's see, how much damage is this? Can I flex without even blocking? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11 damage. I can probably not even block that and I'll be okay. No, actually I do have to block that because that has lifelink. Okay, I guess I'll block. Whoops, I turned off the microphone for a moment, but there we go, no problem. I was just babbling, don't even worry what I said. No, just kidding. What I was saying was, they had pulled the top card of the deck perfectly. Now, part of what the issue with Magic is, well, the good and the bad about Magic is you can make these amazing decks, but there's still some amount of randomness to it. As you can see here, I was about to win, but then right off the top of the deck, they pulled their best card at that moment. You can build a deck full of amazing cards, and there's still a little bit of randomness to it in that sometimes you pull the card that you need, and sometimes you don't get the right card. And that's what happened to me right here, that they got the perfect card at that moment where I had no more blockers, but that's okay. Let's show you right over here then. You have to restart for the game. Yeah, when you first install it, just like all games, right? It's like you have to do all of these 0-day updates. But once you restart the game, so here's the interface. You might, actually, as a brand new player, you might have the more simplified interface. Don't forget to turn on the option at the top right over here. You have the turn on all modes, just in case. And then as a new player, it might also give you like the new player introduction screen, which I would recommend you go through just because it then walks you through the basics of the game. And then after you get into the regular game, you can go into Store at the top. And then on the top right corner, redeem code. And the code that you earn through points is what you'll redeem right there. Okay, so we'll do a little bit more gameplay in one moment. Let's switch gears for a moment. I do a lot of gameplay, but I also do other magic-related stuff. What I want to do here is show the card of the day. I have my box of real-life magic cards, my vintage magic cards, and I'm going to randomly pick a card here, and this will be the card of the day. Real cards. It's not just a digital game, it's a real card game. So I'm going to reach in randomly somewhere, pull out the card, and let's see what the card of the day is. The card of the day is I guess we'll do it this way. Let's get fancy this way. It is the Phyrexian War Beast. This is a 3-mana artifact from Alliances, published back in 1996. This card perhaps is older than some of you there in the chat. So I played Magic back in the 90s, and I played with this card way back in the 90s, if this can focus. Let me just fix my focus right here. One moment, let me fix my focus. There we go. So, Phyrexian War Beast, it's a 3-mana artifact. It's a 3/4 creature. If Phyrexian War Beast leaves play, sacrifice a land, and Phyrexian War Beast deals 1 damage to you. So the thing with this is, if this dies, it hurts you too. So don't let it die. And this was published way back in the set Alliances in 1996. So, yep, I remember this card from back in the day. This is the artist. Let's focus right here. This is the artist Bill Sienkiewicz. They also do comic book art, and they did a couple of magic cards back in the day. So if we look it up over here, War Beast. If we go look at... Thanks for coming to hang out. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the raid. Have a good night, and see you next time. Every Saturday night, 8 p.m. 1996, you would barely hear about Magic 1 or 2 years later. And hey, Keeb, how are you doing? Welcome to the party. I was just showing right now one of my vintage Magic cards from back in the day. This one right here. The Phyrexian War Beast. So there it is digitally, and here it is in the real world IRL, as the kids say. So this is one of my vintage cards from 1996, Alliances. Here's the close-up of it right there. So it's got the old brown border, not like the newfangled fancy artifacts. 3 mana, 3/4. 3 mana, 3/4, what's the downside? It's when it leaves the battlefield, sacrifice a land, and it deals 3 damage to you. So, kind of a big drawback, but back in the day, playing a 3-mana artifact that gives you a 3/4 creature, I guess, was good enough to put it in your deck, even though if it dies, you're going to lose a land and lose a life. So, that was the card of the day. We might look at another card in just a moment. Let's get back to the gameplay over here. So how's everyone doing? How are you doing, Keeb? How's everyone hanging out? How's everyone doing hanging out? What was your triumph of the day? I made lemonade, so that was my triumph. Let's see here. What do we want to do? I guess let's ask the chat. Should we climb the ladder? Actually, I have a poll here. I swear I'm professional. Let me put out the poll. Let me activate a poll here. Instead of asking people, why don't I use technology? I'm going to turn on a poll. Where's it at? Right here. Start the poll. There we go. So a brand new poll is starting. You should see you should see. There we go. So the poll prompt is up there. What should I play? We've got our possibilities of ladder, draft, event, or 1v1. So go ahead and vote in the poll right there. That'll be open for about 4 minutes or so. We got to vote for draft. Very nice. Actually, you have to do !vote space draft. Then it'll register the vote. There's a whole bunch of different systems, right? All of these like streaming systems, they're all similar, but then different. Then you've got to learn them all, and they do their own thing. While the poll is going on, let's do one of the questions of the day. So I've got my question of the day full of deep questions. Let's check out a question of the day. Today is May 23rd in the far-flung future of the year 2020. So let's see what the question of the day is. Interesting, very, very deep poll right here. What's your hairstyle? So that's the question of the day. What's your hairstyle? I think everyone nowadays is going to say shaggy, because we usually cannot go over to our usual hairstylists and such. But that's the question of the day there. Hey, welcome back there, Tank Destroyer. We're doing our question of the day before we get back to some gameplay. The question of the day is, what's your hairstyle? I guess I will also set it up as, what do you want your hairstyle to be? Now, shout out to Keeb there. Usually got some pretty cool hairstyles going on. Various colors and styles and such. Pretty cool. I wish I was that brave. I just have my usual one that's graying now. If you look closely there, you'll see a couple gray hairs here and there. But c'est la vie. So that's the question of the day. What's your hairstyle? Interesting. The one for tomorrow is way more deep. We'll look at that question in just a moment. We've got the poll going on at the moment. So if people want to vote on the poll, here is the prompt of the poll. What should we play? Should we play... Oh, actually, for whatever reason, it's why is it censoring my own thing? Okay. Guess we'll put it over here, maybe. Oh no, it's showing it. Yeah, so the poll, should we do ladder, draft, event, or 1v1? So far, what's winning? What's winning? What's winning is... draft is winning so far. So we'll see about possibly doing draft in a moment. Hey there, Mark. No problem at all that you're late. You've got a whole new member of the family to take care of, so I totally wouldn't fault you for being a little late to the chat. Glad that you're here as always. Give my regards to Alicia, the new baby, the old babies, the pets, everyone. Your Twitch ain't working. Okay, weird. Hopefully Twitch gets its act together. I know I often have problems with it, but what's going on with it? Okay, so we're gonna do some gameplay at the moment, but we've got a poll going on at the moment. Do we want to play draft, 1v1, the event, or the ladder? We've got those options at the moment. Ladder, draft, event, or 1v1. What do people want to see? We got another vote for draft. Vote event. The event just ended, apparently. Sorry about that. Yeah, the event just ended. I turned it on, and then now it just ended for all of you. So, I guess just tell me. So we got a vote already for Mark from draft. We got some votes. Let me go check my poll thing. I guess I put it a little bit too short of a time, but you can always tell me. So, I guess how do we do this? We say complete, and then here we go. The poll resulted in a tie between draft and the special event. So, tiebreaker. Do we want to do a draft or special event? Get your final votes in, so then we'll do a little gameplay on that. Do we want to do the draft or the special event? Because those got tied. There's never been a tie like this before, ever. Gotta vote for draft. So going once, going twice. Any other votes? It looks like draft might win. Let's say draft wins. Let's play some draft. So we're gonna do the... Where's the draft that we care about? There we go. Premier draft. Let's play a little Premier draft over here. Alright, let's play some Premier Draft. Let's see if we get any famous people wanting to battle us. Are we going to see Gabby Spartz, Kibler, LSV, Maria or Megan? Just sent the link to your Magic group. Totally appreciate it so much. That's really cool. I thank you so much for that. We also got a raid. Shout out to External. Shout out to Keeb for both of them sending some of their traffic over my way. Totally appreciate it. So we'll do a little bit of drafting. Here we go. We got a full pod. Who's the opponents? Didn't see anyone famous, but okay, what do we want to do here? Do we want to get Karuga, the 5/4 companion? That one's kind of hard to do. Draw a card for each one. The mentor. Mentors are always kind of cool. Will of the All Hunter. Something gets +2 at instant. The lurker, when it mutates, return a permanent to your hand. Blade Banish, there's some removal. Pacifism, there's some removal. In white, Vulpikeet is cool. One of mine, draw cards. Dolphin. Dead Weight is good removal. Sleeper Dart gives you a card plus a little pseudo removal. The Ram Through removal. And the Claws. I kind of like a lot of stuff here. But I guess to start, out of this pack, I guess what I want is the Vulpikeet. I want a creature, then we'll add more stuff. There's the Ozolith. If I do fun stuff with counters, I might get the Ozolith doing its thing, and it's only a 1 mana cost. I have to go all in with those counters, though. But that Pouncer is kind of good, too. So then over here, the Auracorn, that's a 4/4. The Porcuparrot, the Crystal, Coordinated, Traneth. Have the Flyer. We've got the -2. Yes, here the Flyer. Bonder's Enclave, the Fight is 1 I like. Light of Hope is good. Unexpected Fangs, Keep Safe. Guess the Fight as 1 for some fun tricks. Traneth Magistrate could lock down people's... That could lock down people's companions. 1/3. So who else is here? Yone, Vorpal, Fatalian, MTG Blunt Roller 420. Player 79860, Zirconian, and Easter Buns. Ooh, there's a Divine Arrow. Guess we'll work with that. I don't know why that cracked me up so much. But maybe because this little helper is helping, but that's just the funniest Magic username that I've seen in a while. It's a little funnier than it needs to be. Get that Frost Lynx in here. Freeze some people with my cats. So I guess we're going with a blue-white thing, not extremely cohesive just yet. Got a couple of mutate things going on. I'm gonna need a little bit more disruption, but we'll see how that goes. Perimeter Sergeant, I guess the only thing in these colors. Heightened reflexes, Perimeter Sergeant 3-2, other humans. Okay, if I possibly do a human theme in there, I could just do stuff. So, how are you doing so far, Mark? How's life nowadays with the big changes? Thanks for sharing. Thanks for allowing me to share the photo last week. I thought it was an amazing photo. Newest member of the family. There's that snare. So today I had a pretty leisurely day. I just kind of... Oh, I worked on a video. Well, what's today? Saturday. Okay, yeah, I worked on a video. I put out one of my comic videos. If people are interested in what's cool for comics next week, I have that. That's released on my YouTube. The top comic book picks video is on my YouTube. Then there is then the video version of that is coming out on Monday. Well, what am I saying? The video came out today of the top comic picks. Yesterday on Friday, in this part of the hemisphere, I released my podcast where I talked about a deck tech video. A deck tech. Then on Monday, the deck tech video comes out for people's enjoyment. Too bad you don't have t-shirts small enough for a baby. You would get one. Yeah, my merch store doesn't have baby size, unfortunately. I totally need to talk to my representatives. Yeah, you could totally get one of the VM Compost t-shirts and then like use it as a reusable diaper. That way you can save upon making the the disposable diapers. That'd be cool. Official VM Compost diapers. Poliwag Symbiote. I think that might be kind of cool. We got the General's Enforcer. There's another Frost Lynx. Kind of want that, but that's uncommon, so I just need to watch out for more. Ooh, Kahira. I can do Kahira. Kahira not as the companion, but that's doable. Yeah, I'm not wearing my own VM Compost shirt at the moment. I should. I have it right over there. But that's a possibility. My merch is multi-purpose. Okay, so people are leaving. Oh yes, give me that Divine Arrow. Helica Glider or Frost Lynx. Probably the Lynx. If that glider comes back, I would like one of those. We've also got an Ikoria Real Life Cracker Pack to do a little bit later. I have one of these right here. So maybe right after the draft we'll switch gears for the... right after the picks, we'll switch gears to open a Real Life Cracker Pack. It'll be kind of cool that when I open a real pack, if I also got it there on Arena, that's very meta. Day Squad Marshal. So I am getting some humans. It's a 3/3 and it makes another creature. Get back over here. Do we want a tiger? Let's get another big creature. What about a gust of wind? Yeah, let's grab that. That'll slow them down, plus draw me a card. We haven't been able to buy new cards. Yeah, this one came from the mail, from the post, and so it arrived on my doorstep in the middle of last week, I believe. I've opened a couple, and then I want to save a couple to open for the stream, which took a lot of willpower. So I probably won't have any to open next week, because I'll probably open them all before next week. But I wanted to save at least one to open live on the stream. Okay, so what else here? Possibly the Sleeper Dart draws a card. Goes back to the Enforcer. Little combat trick there in mono white. From everything that I read about the pros, everyone is saying that the white-red cycling Boros deck is the best deck in the format. But because now we have human drafts, each game is self-correcting. If everyone wants to get the Boros cycling deck, everyone's cannibalizing it for everyone else. So I'm not worried that we'll get to that deck often. Here's the first example where I don't have anything good. Okay, here's the second example. I don't have anything good. But out of all of these picks, I have been able to get good stuff, so I can live with that. I did manage to get a Kahira, but I'm not going to companion it because I have other cool stuff besides beasts. Okay, third pack. There's an ultimatum which I cannot cast. Swallow whole. Exile a creature. Although I know that this checkpoint officer can cause a lot of trouble, and this could be a 3/6 with hexproof. So that's uncommon. These are commons. Okay, so I am getting past some white cards, so that's going to be good. That goat. That Capridur. Where is it at? Storm Wild Capridur. So that majestic Auracorn comes around. Startling Revelation's kind of cool, but that pacifism is kind of not as amazing as it could be. So I'll go with that direct damage of the trap. Ooh, Flourishing Fox, please. Want one of those. This whole pack is amazing here. So I'm going with blue-white. I think there's some good synergies here and there. Fight is one. That's some good, like, combat trick. Got the packs going around everywhere. So we've got 2 Chandras, 2 Vivians. Good old lockdown. Can't go wrong with it. Yes, however, in this format, even if the creature is pacified, the even if the creature is pacified, you can still mutate onto it, and its ability will still do its thing. So it's not perfect. Because you might have pacified a thing, but then it still gets mutated and it does amazing stuff. Like Dirge Bat. When you mutate onto it, the opponent gets to destroy one of your creatures. So it's pacified, but it's still doing its thing. Where's the traffic jam happening over here? Okay, well, oh, never mind. We got one of the triomes. Not my colors. Crystal, those are my colors. Do I need a crystal? I could cycle it away. Vulpikeet. I kind of like both of these. Let's see if that crystal comes back, because there's a slight cycling thing going on here, especially with Flourishing Fox. Then we get to a pack with, oh man, nothing at all here, so I guess just pick whatever. Over here, I guess we never got that one. Kind of getting an okay human theme. Just when you think you have the game down packed, they change it up on you. Exactly. They got to keep it fresh. And then people complain that it's stagnant, and then people complain when it's changed, and people complain all the time. You know, I love Magic, of course, and most Magic players are great, but there's just way too much negativity sometimes. Like companions. There's a loud contingent of people saying that companions are the worst thing that's ever been done in Magic. And yes, there are points about it that some of these companions are very powerful, like Lurrus. It was so powerful they had to ban it in Vintage. They never ban things in Vintage. They restrict them. So even with a restriction, it's too powerful. So yes, there's some cards that are too powerful. But if Wizards doesn't try things, then nothing new happens. So we try to just forget the large. We try to forget the loud voices. Okay, so let's do a little pause right here. We're going to build this deck in just one moment. Let's do a little quick pause, and I'll be right back. Thanks everyone for hanging out so far. Thanks for the raids from External and Keeb. Appreciate that a lot. Thanks for everyone hanging out. Mark, Gabe, Daybreak, External Tank, some of the new users here. A10, Feet, Lemon Juice, Rubber Slayer, and T-Tide. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. Be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Alright everyone, welcome back. Before we get into crafting this deck, let's crack a pack of Magic Ikoria booster. So this is the Japanese printing, which is not to say that these are in Japanese, but Wizards apparently has more than one place where they print their cards. Because on the back it says manufactured in Japan. So I can tell right away because the Japanese boosters are also like more... they're looser. The American boosters are like just like tight to the millimeter to the cards. This has like 1 millimeter or so, or 0.75 of a millimeter of slack. I can tell right away. The card stock feels slightly different too, and they are placed in a different order than the American ones. So I've encountered these a few times. I'm not sure how or why some boxes are Japanese and some are US, but yeah, this one's Japanese. So part of the difference about this is also that it's kind of weirder to open. I'm going to start to open this up here. And like the glue feels different even. And like it opens in a weird way. Like I'm opening it here and it's like separating. This happens all the time. It separates like the layer between the front side and the back side. It's hard to explain, but like right here, this is opening, but not really. It's just so hard to explain, and even to show you here on the camera, there's still... I haven't even cracked the plastic yet. It's, yeah, it's kind of hard to show. But what I often see with these Japanese ones is that they open really weird, and they kind of fall apart in a weird way. And for example, right here, maybe you can see it here. Like, there's my finger inside of the plastic. Right there, look, there's my finger inside of the plastic. So the Japanese ones have like an outside and inside part of it, and when you open these, they kind of open weird. And then what's also weird is that when you open them, it's got the back side of the Magic card, where in the US printing, when you first open it in the back, you see face up the Magic card. So it is still commons to rare, but they're flipped. Every card is flipped, because the final one over here is going to be the token, just like in real life. I mean, just like in the US one, but they're flipped this way. So I'm going to show the commons, then we'll do a little bit of crafting, then we'll look at the uncommons, a little bit more crafting and gameplay or whatever, then I'll show the rare. So here is the first cards. We've got the Farfinder 3 mana. Actually, let me fix my focus here so that I'm not struggling with it. Focus, focus, focus. Where's the focus? Here we go. Focus. So we'll grab the focus right there. Okay. So the first card is the Farfinder, the 3 mana. It's not an artifact, but it's colorless. It's a 1/1, and then you go search for a basic land, put it into your hand, so that helps you mana fix. Then we've got the 6 mana. We've got the 6 mana 5/5 with haste, but if you can't cast it, you can cycle it for 2. So again, part of that red-white aggro cycling deck. 2 mana Boot Nipper, 2/1. It comes into play with either Death Touch or Lifelink. Cool art on that. Crystation, a 1/6 for 4 mana with Flash. So a crab that will help you block. Yeah, and once again, like the texture of these feels different than the American printing. I don't know which is better or worse. Plummet, 2 mana, destroy target creature with flying. Classic. Then we've got the Garrison Cat, 1 mana, 1/1. When it dies, it creates a 1/1. But you have to defend those cats. Don't let them die. 2 mana, Glimmer Bell. I'm still traumatized from that one time that someone was using their Glimmer Bell on me and untapping it expertly. Because it's a 1/3 with flying and then pay 2 mana to untap it. And then if you mutate on top of it, you untap it for even more shenanigans. 3 mana, I love the art on this one. 3 mana Spell Eater Wolverine. It's a 3/2. Whenever it gets the Wolverine gets double strike as long as there are 3 or more instants and or sorcery cards in your graveyard. I've never really seen anyone use this right, but the idea of it sounds amazing. It's a 3/2 double strike. Could be a 3/2 double strike. The Almighty Brushwag. Everyone loves this card. This is the 1 mana 1/1 with trample. Then you pay 4 and it gets +3/+3. So if you've got a lot of mana later on in the game, this can get pretty big. Then we've got the 3 mana instant Spontaneous Flight. Target creature gets +2 and then put a flying counter on it. So how many cards is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, next up. Oops, that's the first uncommon. Okay, so let's wait on that. I guess I miscounted. Let's see the uncommon ones very soon. And we'll get back into some gameplay at the moment, and then we'll look at some of those uncommons. Let's craft this deck. $57 cards. Let's do an overview here. This screen here is not as useful as you might think because it's too detailed sometimes. 22 creatures, but then there's beasts and birds and cats and clerics and elementals. It's like kind of too much. I see that I have 8 humans, so I could do some sort of human theme here. 1 wizard, 11 instants, 2 sorceries, 4 artifacts, 1 enchantment, 17 lands. Okay, so I've got plenty of non-creatures. I've got 22 actual creatures. What do we want to do here? So let's just go through a big overview of everything. Here's a non-human 1/1 with cycle. With cycle, and cycling is important on this one. We've got the fight as 1, 2 of those. If I've got humans and non-humans, this could be pretty useful. Indestructibility plus a +1. I got too many of those Lights of Hope. And I cut a few of those. You can put +1s on your creatures. You can gain life, destroy enchantments. Maybe I'll keep them all and do some fun shenanigans. Swallow Whole. I guess I only got 1. Sorcery, tap 1 of your untapped creatures. Exile 1 of their creatures. Put a counter on your own. I guess I really want that one as some good removal. Springjaw Trap. It's an artifact for 1 with flash. Pay 4, deals 3 damage. Traneth Healer, 2/2 with cycling. When you cycle, you gain a life. Magistrate, that should shut down. That should shut down companions, but it's still a 1/3 human. Savai Sabertooth, 3/1 for 2. Poliwag Symbiote. Whenever you cast a creature spell, if it has mutate, draw a card, then discard. This one might not be that useful. Divine Arrow, definitely keep that. Hampering Snare, probably keep that. There's the cycling, which could help that fox. Sleeper Dart, draw some cards. Perimeter Sergeant, 3 of these. They're 3/2s. Whenever it attacks other humans, get +1. Snare Tactician, there's another human. Whenever you cycle, tap stuff. Caprador, it's a 1/3 flyer, which is immune from damage, direct damage, non-combat damage. Frostlink, 2/2, lock down a creature. Thieving Otter, get a card. Draw a card if it does damage. Kahira, give your cats, elementals, nightmares, dinosaurs, or beasts +1. Sanctuary Lockdown, give your humans +1. I think I've got some good human stuff going on. Raugrin Crystal, mana fixing in that color plus cycle. Day Squad Marshal, create a 3/3 and make some humans. Vulpikeet when it mutates, make it big. Blade Banish for a big thing. Gust of Wind, return something back and draw a card. Patagia Tiger 3/4, if there's a human, make it big. Shore Shark, if you mutate, bounce back something. And then the Coordinated Charge, 2/1 plus cycling. There's a lot of stuff that I like here. A lot of stuff that could come together. I've got some human stuff going on. I've got some cycling stuff going on. Not really a lot of mutate stuff, right? The mutate payoffs are the Vulpikeet. That could get pretty big pretty fast. I have 3 of them. So probably I won't go for the cycling angle. The big cycling payoff was the Flourishing Fox. But possibly the mutate will work better. If I've got 3 Vulpikeets for mutate, plus the Shore Shark. Let's see how the deck would look this way. So I'm going to remove some of these cycling things. Let's remove some of these tricks for a moment. I'm going to keep all of these humans first. So I'm going to keep a bunch of humans, and then that is a flyer. A flyer could be good. Kahira's not going to do as much as I would want. That's a cat. That's a beast. That's a fox bird. Yeah, I'm already down to 43 cards, so that might do stuff. This is kind of coming along. There's the trap to deal some direct damage to things. There's the healer 2/2 cycle, but we've got a human theme going on. Magistrate, arrow, dart, sergeant, tactician, capridure, lynx, lockdown, marshal, Volpe, blade, gust. Okay, I think I kind of like this. I think that it's a little bit more focused. Okay, so we've got the spring jaw trap. But maybe I want that light, actually, because it would get rid of an enchantment or a life or +1. I think I've got enough combat tricks going on that instead I want that light. Divine Arrow, 4 damage to an attacker or blocker. Keeping all of the humans. Sleeper Dart for some card draw. Plus sleeping the opponent's creature for a turn. Some of these sergeants, the lockdown for +1s on humans. Tactician is just a 2/3. The cycling isn't really a big thing in this deck anymore. And the lynx is for lockdown. The blade. Marshal makes more humans. Vulpikeet, if it mutates upon itself, could be pretty good, plus a flyer. The tiger helps the humans. The shore shark does some removal. Okay, I think that's going to work. Let's put in the magistrate as the artwork, and then sleeves. Let's put in here one of these country sleeves. What does everyone think? So we go to USA, Japan, England, or France. Which country sleeve might be cool to add to our deck to really play mind games on the opponent? What should we choose here? USA, Japan, England, or France? That was kind of cool that they did the one-day sale for these sleeves. They didn't do New Zealand this time around, unfortunately. What did they have? They had Brazil, Spain, South Korea, and then USA, France, England. Let's do France. All of them look fine, so let's go with France. So that my opponent, when we beat them, they'll say Sacre Bleu! Okay, before we do the gameplay, let's look at a few more of these cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I might have like a bonus card in the pack here. So let's switch over to the card cam. Let's look at a few more of these uncommons. Here we go. Here's the next card here. We've got the Grim Dancer, 3 mana, Nightmare. It's a 3/3. When it enters, choose 2 of 3, either a Menace, Death Touch, or Lifelink. I often see people add Menace and Lifelink. I think that's a good combo because you're going to gain 3 life plus Menace. So that's one of the uncommons. The next one is we got one of the showcase cards. We got the Regal Leosaur. It's a dinosaur cat. I already had one of these. This is 2 mana, red and white. It's a 2/2 dinosaur cat, mutates for 3. Whenever this mutates, other creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. I kind of like that effect. For 3 mana mutated, and all your other creatures get +2/+1, even if they're humans. So that's a nice showcase art. And the next uncommon is the Unbreakable Bond. 4 mana, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a lifelink counter on it. So sorcery to bring back something back to life with 5 mana, and then it comes back with lifelink. So that's fun. We will open we will show the last rare or whatever comes out here. I have not seen it yet. We will see that in just a moment. Let's get back to the game over here. Yeah, that Leosaur. Let's look at that one more time. We've had Leotaurs and Leosaurs, but here's a Leosaur. Look at that. I love that art. And if you look at it, like there's other ones in the Pride. I kind of like how its little arms are folded, just like a real dinosaur and such. Who did the art on that? Tomasz Jedrzejek. Now, one thing that I have to admit here, unfortunately, so I've worn glasses since I was in high school, since let's say 1995, probably a little earlier than that. So I've worn glasses all my life. I'm starting, and every time I did my eye exams, they were always great. This year, I'm starting to notice I have to do the old raise the glasses old man technique to read stuff close by now. This year, I've started to notice it. I used to be able to read something right here, and now it's like uncomfortable. Now I have to do this, and then I can see it. I can see it this close up right here, however close this is. I can still read it right here. If I have my glasses on, I can't read that. So, all is dust. Let's get to our first game. Let's see how this goes. We're so close to getting to the next level of silver tier. Okay, so I've got a Vulpikeet. They did get a Gigantha. Okay, so if I can get my Magistrate out there, that'll be amazing. We are old now. Next thing to do with is your hair, then your marbles. Yep, and then if it's not evident on camera yet, mostly, but if you could do a little look-see, I'm starting to get the gray going on here and there, but I'm not too worried about that. Okay, there's a Frostlynx. Third turn, I'll probably get the Frostlynx so that I can start to mutate it with the Vulpikeet. Probably. Ooh, they have their own fox. Okay. So we'll save our dart. We have 1 red mana left. Okay. Let's see if our Lynx survives. And I can mutate onto it pretty funly. Okay, so they're cycling that away, sure. That gets bigger, but my Lynx will still do its thing. Gigantha's a long ways away. They're going with triple colors. Stinger. Okay, that means they clearly have a cycling card. Okay. So next turn they will clearly cycle, and then next turn they will cycle and make that fox larger. But I gotta lock it down one more time before I get my Vulpikeet doing its thing. I have no humans at the moment. Yep, there's another cycle. As I said, still locked down. Four mana. Guess it's not so far away to get to Gigantha. Granite Healer, okay. So here's my first opponent that I'm dealing with the cycling deck. Lock down their fox one more time. Okay, what I could do here, let's mutate onto this Lynx, which can then fly. That'll be 5 damage in the air, however, they will be able to match that. So instead, we'll attack here. If they double block, fine. Lose your stinger. Okay, they didn't. So they'll cycle at least once. I'll do 1 damage, gain them 1 life, make that fox larger, but again it's locked down for 1 more turn. And they're gonna probably kill one of these if they're looking at it. 6 damage in the air, possibly. Cycling again. Yep, they definitely managed to craft the red-white cycling deck. So we'll have to be very careful about this. Obviously not to be pessimistic, but this is the best deck in the game, the red-white cycling deck. So they've got what they need. They're going to be able to cycle, they're going to do damage, they're going to gain life. There's that go for blood. Even though I had it locked down, it still kills my thing. So let's see. I'm gonna do a massive attack there. So they're running out of cards, but they'll be able to easily... able to easily replenish. They still have something to cycle because it's pausing. So let's see if we can get through this. They're about to untap their fox. They're gonna cycle that into a 6/6 fox, doing the damage, gaining the life. And then they have a full set of untapped lands plus more cycling cards. So I'll probably concede very soon. This is not going to work. If they get Giganta out, what does it do again? Oh, it makes a bunch of mana, but that'll just take one turn. Yep, they have everything that they needed, so let's move on to the next one. Everything that I've read is definitely that the red-white cycling deck is good. When you get that fox, it's a 1/1 fox, but it gets out of control really fast. And you've got, the big idea is the Dranith Stinger. This Ikoria battlefield, I was kind of playing around, clicking on things to see what might exist here. And if you click on the lava over here, it spurts lava all over the place. Be careful. And if you tap on this pillar, if you tap on it too many times, you actually... Can you explain mutate? Yes, you can stack mutate. You have to mutate onto non-humans, and then you choose to mutate on top. So I have the real cards here. Let's see. So I've got a nightmare a Grim Dancer out first. It's a non-human. Then I'm about to cast the Leosar, which can let you mutate. So you pay either the regular cost or the mutate cost. Sometimes the mutate is less or more. So you pay mutate. I'm going to mutate this creature onto this creature. I can decide to put it on top or bottom. If you put it on top, its stats override the ones below. If you put it below, then the one overrides the stats on top in terms of power toughness only. It still gains all of the abilities of everything. So if this one had lifelink and this one had flying, it's got lifelink and flying, so those combine. But the power and toughness is either what's on top or what's on bottom when you mutate. And then I did this mutation later on. I don't have any other mutators, but later on I can mutate another onto another. So then all the triggers happen again. The original mutate trigger plus the new mutate trigger, because it says whenever this creature mutates, blah blah blah. So every time you do a stack onto it, it triggers another mutation below it. So it all stacks. It can get pretty wacky. So there's no limit to the number of mutations stacking together. The problem, of course, is when there is a murder, all of the things die. If there's something that bounces it back, then if it bounces your stack back to your hand, everything comes back to your hand as separate cards, and you can play them again. Everything's one unit. There's a lot of nuances to mutate, but that's the general idea. Judges have been saying that mutate is one of the most complex things. Okay, so the opponent has a bunch of things. They might be tapped out at the moment. Checkpoint takes 2 mana to do its thing. Okay. Let's set up for a Divine Arrow. So everything's a 4/4 now. Let's see if they block with that Day Squad Marshal. I have an answer for it. I'm gonna double block that. I guess that's fine. Gonna block that. So block all of that. I'm gonna lose one, but that's okay. And then I'll lock down their thing that can lock me down. Okay, and then I have a Blade Banish in case they bring out a huge thing, because they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 5 mana in total for that. So it makes one critter, so when you kill it, they all die. Yes, they all combine. It's vaguely like auras in that you've got a creature and it's got 2 auras on it and everything dies. However, if you've got already a creature on the battlefield, you're about to mutate onto it, and the opponent kills the thing you're mutating onto, that thing dies, but the thing you're mutating with still hits the battlefield. It doesn't fizzle like an aura. Whereas if Streamlabs Magic just, oh, check it out, thank you, Wizards of the Coast. I'm getting another hosting from Wizards of the Coast. Thank you so much for that. Thank you everyone for checking me out. I'm VM Campos. I've been a featured streamer, part of Magic the Gathering before. On their stream, I've gotten to play in the early access streamer event several times. I've played Magic since the 90s. Every single Saturday night, I play Magic. We look at real-life cards, we do challenges, we do the vintage card of the day, the question of the day, Magic news, all that good stuff. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to hang out. We're currently doing the Premier Draft, and we're kind of working pretty well. We're doing a little bit of human/monster stuff, and now I've gotten some stuff together. So once again, thanks everyone for hanging out. Thank you so much, Wizards of the Coast, for doing a hosting. If people are interested in watching some fun Magic, don't forget to follow me. I've actually got game codes to give away, so hop on over to my channel, twitch.tv/vmcampos, and start earning VMC points for you to redeem. So come on over to my channel. I would totally appreciate that, and we might win this actually, because they're gonna have one blocker and I'm about to attack with a bunch of things. So it might be a good luck charm to have the official Magic channel hosting you. Let's see how it goes. Exactly. The opponent lost the will to live after my onslaught right here. And look at that, we go up to silver tier. Nice. Haven't been playing as much of this as I would like, but here we are at silver tier. So that's very cool. Once again, thanks everyone for coming to hang out from Wizards. Don't forget to jump over to my stream to be able to chat with me, and also to earn points so that you can get game codes. Would really appreciate that. Let's switch things up for a moment. Let's switch over to the card cam, and we'll look at one of the vintage cards of the day. I played Magic back in the 90s, but no, I don't have a Black Lotus or anything like that. I started to play during 4th edition. So 4th edition, Ice Age Alliances, those are the decks that just give me those are the sets that just give me the feels. But here we have a box of some of my vintage cards from back in the day. Let's randomly choose a card from some set. What do I have in here anyway? Oh, this is Ice Age and Alliances. So let's get a vintage card out of the old real life box, and the vintage card of the day is the Swamp Mosquito. 2 mana, 1 black, 1 generic. Summon Mosquito. This is from Alliances. It's a 0/1 flying. If Swamp Mosquito attacks and is not blocked, defending player gets a poison counter. If a player has 10 or more poison counters, he or she loses the game. Now that's the old wording of the thing. Let's see how the current wording of this is. Swamp Mosquito. The current wording is, whenever Swamp Mosquito attacks and isn't blocked, defending player gets a poison counter. Okay, that's different than the original wording. Right? If we look at the original Alliance's wording right here, if Swamp Mosquito attacks and is not blocked, defending player gets... No, I guess it's the same. So it doesn't have to do any damage. If this is unblocked, you have 5 of them. I bet this is a common. This was common in Alliances, but when they shifted it in Time Spiral, they made it a rare. So if you have the Time Spiral version, apparently it's a rare, because if it's a 0/1. So obviously you've got it on the field, and then you attack, and then your opponent doesn't read it because it's a 0/1, and say, I won't block it, and then they get a poison counter. So 10 poison counters and you lose the game. So yep, that's the vintage card of the day right there. I remember cracking this card way back in the 90s. 1996. This card might be older than some of you on stream. If this card is older than you, let me know right there in the chat. How many of you this card is older than you from 1996? Remember, if you want me to see your chat, jump over to my stream, twitch.tv/vmcampos. If you're still on the Magic stream, I won't be able to see your chats, so make sure you jump over to my channel, twitch.tv/vmcampos. Let me just jump over here for a quick moment. Really a rare. You got 2 of them that are time shifted, 1 in your set and one to spare. Yeah, but they're not even that valuable. So let's say something right here. Just one quick thing here. We'll say hello, visit me on my stream. So yeah, if we go back to the if we go back over here to the web browser, yeah, for whatever reason they made it rare in Time Spiral. Time Spiral, though, that's from 2006. Where does the time go? So that's 14 years already from Time Spiral, and it was a rare 28 cents, whereas the original Alliance's versions were 14 cents and 6 cents. So apparently the original art 14 cents, and then the alternate art was 6 cents. I forgot to check which one is the one I had in my hand. I already put it away. I forgot to check which one it was. But yeah, apparently one is worth half the other, and then the Time Spiral one is it's still with the old frame, but with the Time Spiral icon, 28 cents. So okay, let's get back to do a little bit more gameplay. Once again, thanks Wizards of the Coast for doing my hosting. If you're over on the Wizards channel, you want to jump over to my channel so you can get points. You can get VMC points. Time Spiral, it cleaned up the New Zealand. You cleaned up at the New Zealand events. Very nice. Do you remember what you were using during those events? What from Time Spiral was allowing you to clean up? So let me just set something up right over here. Okay, so what do we do here? They go first. We've got the Draneth Magistrate, but they have no companion, so whatever. But we've got a couple of humans to do stuff, and then eventually a Patagia Tiger. Okay, a massive Thallid attack. Ooh, I love those Thallids. The original Thallid. 1 green mana for a 1/1 that every third turn you can make another 1/1. That's some big brain tech right there, right? You can help yourself. Those fungus are fun. Those fungus make you a fun guy. Get it? Okay, so we're dealing with black and white. They might have some cycling shenanigans as well. They could have some cycling stuff, or they could have that one white mana, single white mana. Let's see about this. Yep. Well, this might be a target actually if they've got removal, but the Magistrate might shut down stuff from outside of their hand. They don't have a companion, so it doesn't do too much. Thorn Thallid, though, was my favorite Thallid. That was the one that for green 1, you could... For green 1, you could... every 3 turns, remove a spore counter off of that Thorn Thallid, and it would deal 1 damage to anything. You can pull that up on Scryfall in a moment, or save you up the counters and play the Thalen of Havenwood, big walking fungus. I gotta look that up on the Scryfall in a moment. Okay, so they got a big old 3/4, not good, and they probably have 1 more combat trick, so I guess I'm gonna have to take that damage. Okay, that's good. That they're not attacking, although it's still pausing for 1 white. I'm sure they have that 1 white in instant. Yeah, there we go. That's it, exactly. So what we will do is set up for a sleeper dart plus card draw, bring out a healer. If they attack, then we will have... If they attack, then we'll be able to shut it down for 1 turn. I got the Patagia Tiger. If I can bring it out next turn, it'll give a human plus... How much? +2. Plus, if I attack with the Perimeter Sergeant, it'll give all humans more. So it could be a big ol' attack. Ooh, they have their own version. Fine. Let's see. Okay, so they will do that attack. I'll lock that down for 1 moment. But it'll be 4 damage to them. Ooh, I can do the links. How about this for a moment? How about this? Alright, I like that. Next turn, Tiger gives a human +2, plus a Lynx. They're a little bit stuck on mana. They have 3 mana in total. We'll see how that goes. They're looking at all my cards. Uh-oh. What are they doing? Uh-oh, they're about to take that one out. They're going to pacify that. Ah, man. Okay, fine. We can still do this. We can give another human some amount of damage. They will probably still, however, attack with that 4/5, gain back 4 life. I need to get that Blade Banish. Come on, Blade Banish. Come on, Blade Banish. Pangolin, it's a 1/5, sure. So they'll attack with a 4/5. They might attack with both and gain even more life. Yeah, they're just going to attack with 1. Okay, fine. Come on, Blade Banish. It's not a Blade Banish, but that's still pretty good, actually, somewhat. So let's lock down that one turn, go all in. So they might double block my Magistrate, which I'm fine with. Doesn't seem to do what it needs to do, but if they double block that, they're still going to take a bunch of damage. Okay, I guess they want to lose that. Fine. 8 damage, final card. Okay, so I have one more turn to get that Blade Banish, or else the Night Guard Commander comes back and starts gaining them a ton of life. I don't believe I have a Pacifism. I don't believe I have a Pacifism in this deck. Oh man, I got the 4 life. Let's see if we get any good answers here. Double black. Oh, great. Okay, so they're going to attack with a 4/5. I need to... attack with that. They've got double black. What does double black do here? This is most likely going to be a blowout. I want a double block to take out that commando, but I know they're going to have something going on, so I guess I'll single block. Well, they tapped out, actually, so I guess I've got to bring it all together, because that's going to... keep gaining them life. Four damage total, so my Magistrate lives. Okay. And I'm just flooding out here. Okay, well. That's a 1/3. Guess I'm going to try to race them. Hopefully I can get something good on my next pulls. Hopefully I can get some good stuff. Corpse Churn. Put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard, then you may return a card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Return a creature. So I guess they're going to bring back that bushmeat, or what else is good in there? I guess only the Night Squad is good. 3, and that's 3 mana, which they don't have, so that's good. Got 1 blocker. I guess attacking with 2 things. They stopped an attack. Okay, that's good. So let's set up. Yeah, it's still pausing for 2 black. What is the 2 black or 1 black mana of in Ikoria? Let's try to do some stuff in the air. We'll keep 2 cards in hand, pretending we've got some amazing instants to work with. We'll bluff them. And then now they are on a 3-turn clock. If I can make my tiger bigger, I can get them down to a 2-turn clock. Don't tell me they're going to attach once more the thing. Okay, I've got a blocker, a single 1 blocker. I guess I'll be fine with that. If they do some kind of combat trick, I'm losing a token. Whatever. Don't really want to double block any of that, so we get that. Makes another human, and then I'm whiffing. Okay, well, I guess here, just keep going in the air. if I can just get one counter on that tiger, I might win it. I believe I do have something that could give one. Yeah, I have 3. I think I got 3 copies of that one. What's it called? Light of Hope. That'll help me win it. But I bet here they will have that one Mutual Destruction, that if you destroy your own creature, it will do good stuff. So here, I'm sure there's an amazing combat trick coming, which doesn't matter if I lose something. Okay, I guess that was an amazing combat trick. Okay, I got one more turn to wrap this up. Come on, don't fail me now. Don't suddenly get a bunch of life gain. Come on, the Lords of RNG. They have 5 mana. They have no air defense. They need to get rid of my tiger. My Patagia tiger. That is another corpse churn, but it just goes back to your hand. That doesn't really matter. That's a 3/3, but again, it's just got blockability. I think this might be GG. Unless they have a... yeah, this is game over. Sorry, Clam Slammer. You're going to get lifelink on that, but you don't have anything with reach, so probably better known as defeat. Yeah, going for it all and does not matter. For damage. I guess this is the good game of it. Alright, so that was a 3-turn clock that it just ran out eventually. So okay, we got them. Clam Slammer, your clam got slammed. So we're up to tier 4.2. We're on our way going forward. Very nice. So before we play the next game, let's do another vintage card of the day. Yes, I can do more than one card of the day. It's my show, my rules. So the next card right here is the Foul Familiar. This one is like so burned into my mind. Foul Familiar, just like the art and stuff. But what does it do? It's a 3-mana summon spirit. It's a 3/1. Cannot be declared as a blocking creature. So it's a 3/1 that cannot block. Black, and pay 1 to return Foul Familiar to your owner's hand. So it's a 3/1 that you can constantly bring back. So let's say something's attacking. Let's say the almighty Brushwag is attacking, and then so I choose to block it with the Foul Familiar. If they don't do the plus ability on it, I can pay 1 to bounce it back to my hand, and then this gets blocked. Or I can choose to block it in. There it is. So the art on this, love that art. Who did the art on that? Ansenmatics. Good old Ansenmatics. Look at that amazing art. The classic just simple backgrounds. Flavor text. Serve me and live forever. Limdul the Necromancer. I loved having the Limdul flavor text on the text. How many? There are 14 cards with the word foul in it. But Foul Familiar has been printed in Ice Age, currently worth 8 cents. It's been printed in something called Deckmasters. What is Deckmasters? Deckmasters is a set of 58 cards What's in here? These look like Ice Age and Alliances cards. Necropotence in foil. This looks like a bunch of Ice Age and Alliances reprints. I don't know what this set is. Deckmasters. And it was printed in Masters Edition 2, which I believe is a Magic Online only set. So, yep. Now, in the world of comic books, the first printing of a comic is always more valuable than the subsequent reprints. I've noticed a lot in Magic that the first printing might often not be the most valuable one. Like this. The original Ice Age printing is 8 cents, and the Deckmasters printing is 9 cents. I see this a lot in the Ice Age Alliances Mirage block kind of time there. It's kind of weird. Let's look up that one that you're saying here. Thalen of Havenwood. Out of curiosity, how many Havenwood cards exist? 3. Thelon. Good thing I looked it up this way. Thelon of Havenwood. Oh, Thelen, like Thelen's Curse and such. We'll get back to that one moment, but Thelen, there's these Thelen's cards. Thelenite Druid, Thelenite Monk, Thelenite Hermit, Thelen's Chant. So in Time Spiral, we got Thelen of Havenwood. Each fungus gets +1 for each spore counter on it. Ooh, cool. And then pay Gruul mana, remove a fungus card in any graveyard from the game, put a spore counter on each fungus in play. Seems pretty fun. Double green. 93 cents. Yeah, I'd play this. Seems really fun. I love it as a kind of cool tribal deck. Definitely an old school Fallen Empires tribal deck with a bunch of Thalids and fungus. Now you know why you played your Thalid, yeah. So let those counters build up on those regular Thalids or Thorn Thalids, and then make them huge, and then make more make more counters on your current funguses. Flavor text. The sight of my Thalids still thriving is a bittersweet welcome to this cold waste. What? The sight of my Thalids still thriving is a bittersweet welcome to this cold waste. So Time Spiral was just like a bunch of like, what if this happened, right? And it also created some creatures that never existed. So, like I had over here, back in the beginning, there were these Thelenite things, or Thelen's Chant, but then they eventually printed Thelen himself. So, Thelenite Druid, I kind of loved that one. It made all your forests come to life. Thelenite Monk, it's a 1/2 sacrifice a green creature to turn a target land into a forest. Mark the changed land with a counter. That's fun. Thelen's Chant, during your upkeep pay 1 green. Whenever a player puts a swamp into play, it deals 3 damage to them, unless they put a -1 counter. And Thelen's Curse. Blue creatures do not untap as normal. During their upkeep, the blue creature's controller may pay 1 green to untap. Each creature may be untapped in this way only once per turn. That's interesting. Okay, so that's a little stroll through memory lane. Let's come back and do a little bit more gameplay. So we got 2 wins. That's cool. Let's keep going. I'll put back this card and we'll look at some more in a moment. Oh, and we still have the rare card to look at here. You know what? Actually, let's do a pause here. Let's look at the final rare cards of the Crack-a-Pack that I had here in real life. So this should be the final rare card. So let me get my focus adjusted just right. Right there. Okay, so here we go. Here is the next card. My music's also sounding kind of epic. We have Kogla, the Titan Ape. So this is the 7/6 for 6 mana. It's an ape. When Kogla enters, it fights up to one target creature you don't control. Whenever Kogla attacks, destroy target artifact or enchantment defending player controls. And then 2, return target human that you control, and it gains indestructible. So this is the King Kong card of the set. So we got, that's the rare, and then the final cards right here. We got a mountain, and then the token cat. So we got the ugly cat, the ugly kitten. So those were the items. Let's look at it this way. That was the rare of this pack, this cracker pack. We got Kogla, the Titan Ape. So that was the cracker pack of In Real Life Ikoria cards. Let's get back to the game, and we will see if we can have Kogla help us win the next match. That's right, we've got the King Kong. I do believe if we look at it on Scryfall, I'll pull that up in just a moment. Kogla. This is kind of slow, but Frost Links does stuff. So if you go look over here, playing another cycling deck. The opponent already cycled something. While they do their thing, let's go back over here. So Kogla, there is the alternate art. No, there's no alternate art on this one. Okay, so the opponent is playing the good old Ominous Seas deck. I guess eventually okay, I guess they're playing kind of slow as well. Let's see. Well, there's nothing to lock down, but that'll give us a creature to mutate onto. So if they ever get their... they missed a land drop. They missed a land drop, and that gives me a 3/4. I can still then eventually mutate. We're gonna make this huger and huger. Now it is a house of cards, so that can easily fall apart. But they didn't counterspell me yet. Okay, so what are they doing here? They finally get a Far Seeker, which is the 1/1. So now they have a Serval. Okay, sure. Let's keep on attacking in the air. This might be game over. Ah man, they're gonna play Banish that, so that'll work. I guess I can Lynx and then eventually also Pounce. They're getting closer and closer to that. Kraken, but then I'll be able to pounce it, or I guess banish it. Haven't seen any counter spells yet, so that's good. They are passing, they are passing. It's a little weird. Volpakit. Okay, if they counterspell this, I'm fine that they do this, but I think what I want to do is keep it as a separate creature so that I can eventually pounce it, which has flash. So let's see, what are they going to flash out? Ooh, they got their own flash creature, sure. So they'll take out my 2/2, I guess, and then that'll still be 5 damage, and then I've got a Volpakit in the air. Okay, they're going to do it that way instead, sure. So that still could possibly win me the game. They're at 7. I guess. So if I try to flash this shark, that would be game over for them. But obviously if they pass with open mana, that's not good. It gets a +1. Sure. And then that'll do a bunch of damage, and then they're countering their own spell because they need a card. Okay, if they tap out on lands, that's even better. So that's now an 8, and then they tapped out on lands. Okay, this is GG because my Volpakit will do its thing. So nothing to counter, and that's flying, and that's going to do the 4 damage, and they have enough for a Kraken, but the Kraken is not in the air, so we got them. There we go, and that is how you mutate your creatures. Just the mere sight of a mutation caused the opponent to rage quit. They didn't rage quit, they played well. But okay, got another win under the belt. Very nice. We get a reward. That is a lucky clover. Don't need any more of those. Okay, 3 wins so far. That's 1,000 gems and 2 packs. 1 loss so far. Very nice. Let's go on to the next match. In the meantime, I'm also going to get another one of the questions of the day. Here's the question of the day. When was the last time you had an inspiring conversation? Now, my answer, which will totally be sappy. Good night, Gabe. Thanks for visiting so much. You got to answer the question first before you take off, though. When was the last time you had an inspiring conversation? So my answer, which is a little sappy, is to say that whenever everyone comes to hang out on my stream, that's really inspiring. That's really cool that people come over to my stream to hang out with me and chat with me and earn points and all that good stuff. So it's inspiring and I totally appreciate it. Okay, so this opponent is totally aggro. And they got their third... They've got their third land here for their... Okay, so Umori, today was your inspiring. Good night, see you next time. Okay, so what do we do here? I guess a blocker. The Fertilid lets them go get a land. 4 mana for Umori. Okay, well, I've got an answer for that. Egg for free. Nice. That is a 2/3. It will block everything. There we go. Umori is Udon. Udon. Next up, are they going to mutate onto that egg? Nope, they're going to make that nice and big, but it doesn't have life link, so that's good. Then what I could do is bring out my links to lock down that bushwag for a moment. I can bring out another human. I can attack with a 2/3. They could double block, that's fine. That'll help clear the board a little bit. Okay, that will work just fine, actually. You get 2 for 1. Oh, actually, I should probably read my things. That was a 2-3. Well, oh man, I guess I should have blocked the... That was a little bit of a misplay. I should have rearranged it. I didn't read that properly. I could only do 3 damage. I should have ordered it for the nipper. Okay, so they're stopping with everything. Okay, bring out a Vulpikeet. So, we'll go with some flying shenanigans. Bring out another creature. It is pausing for them, so they probably have... No, actually, no. It's pausing for them because they can pump up the Brushwag. I always call it a Bushwag, but it's a Brushwag. So that requires 8 mana in total. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Next turn, they can do that. No blocks. Okay, so I think what I can do here is go all in and then mutate that. Okay, let's do that. Everything gets a little bigger. Well, not everything, just that one other human. I'm gonna take everything, sure. They're gonna pump in. Hopefully they drop 1 land. Okay, there's their land for everything. Good. And we're gonna pump that. Pass on that. They're even attacking with their 0-2. Send that back to the hand. Yes, send that back. That 0-2 really got me. Okay, so this is in total 6 mana. This will work. 1, 2, 3. So it's still pausing for something. This might be that one. This might be that one green spell, but gotta go for it. What do you have? Okay, well, never mind. Math is for blockers. So we got another victory right there. Ooh, look at that. We're up to the silver 3. Very nice. Now, when I got to silver 0 and I won a game, it gave me like 3 ticks. And then it went over to the next one, but with only 1 tick or 1 pip or whatever. So there we go. Okay, it's going pretty well. The very first game where it was that Boros cycling deck, that was definitely annoying, but then now we're kind of on a roll. It's slightly undefeated. So far it's 1,400 gems. The entry fee is 1,500, and then if you win 4 times you get 1,400. Wow, thanks. Then on the next round you get 16, 18, and 22. That's kind of cool. Okay, let's keep going. Pretty happy with this deck. This is one of the few times that I've been able to get it down to 40 cards. It may shock you to know that I usually play about 42 cards per deck, and it works fine. But this time I was able to get it down to 40, and it's very consistent. It's got the human motif with just enough creatures to do their thing, and I like how that's going. So we got the triple monkey. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. I think you put it in the wrong order. Speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. So, yep, we got that working. It's having a hard time matching me. Maybe... Uh-oh, so we had to get matched with a gold player because no one was in my particular tier. You go first. Okay, so... I guess... Traneth Healer first. Sleeper Dart next, unless I have something to mutate onto. I have the card draw from the Dart. They have a turn 1 Brushwag as well. GG. I don't want to cycle that. I want an actual blocker. Okay, so let's set up a blocker. They're playing Golgari colors. 3 mana, but that's not enough for... Oh, okay, great. That is suddenly a 3-2. And I mean a 3-4. Well, at least the Sleeper Dart will let me... I did auto pass. I mean auto pass. If I select auto pass, I mean auto pass. Okay, well, anyway, I'll be able to lock this down for 1 turn. Draws me a card. I've got more Frost Lynxes to lock them down even more. What I could do, though, is bring another Sleeper Dart to draw another card and lock them down again. Let's see what we get here. So they have 4 mana. They have an Essence Symbiote. Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, so I've got the arrow. Let's draw another card here. Got good old Volpe, lock them down again. They'll probably block that, I guess not. Okay, so next turn they might attack with that Symbiote. The problem, of course, as soon as they start mutating, that Great Horn will get out of range of my arrow. But if they instead... Okay, that'll work fine. Actually, it won't work fine. Discard a card. What do I need to discard here? Guess that land. So that's a 5/5. Okay, well... Okay. Let's see if that Great Horn doesn't mutate out of control. Okay, that's fine. They were about to tap something, but then instead they didn't. That's weird. Lead the Stampede. Reveal any number of creature cards. Okay. So we got some Fertilids and Cheval. Sure. Okay, well, what I need to do here is... guess I need blockers. That should be enough blockers. If they mutate again onto that Whisperer, that'll be a problem. That Great Horn gets them more lands. So So I need my Blade Banish. Okay, they're gonna do that. Is there any... I'm sure there's gonna be some amazing combat tricks here, so... let's do some of this. Because if they never mutate that Great Horn, I can take care of it with that arrow. Watch that they put a Death Touch counter on it and it wipes my whole board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so they'll probably put the Dagger Guard, Day Guard first, and then the Healer second, and then the rest. Unless, of course, they have combat tricks and wipe me out, so we'll see what happens. Okay, that's a thing that you could do. They have plenty of mana, so I guess then they'll bring out Cheville and their Fertilid. And what do I want to do? If we get one more mana, we can do stuff. They didn't. Okay. Well, we've got to do the... Divine Arrow. I guess what I could have done is bring out the Sanctuary Lockdown, which would have made my creature a 4/4. I'm pretty sure there's going to be combat tricks. So I guess I'm okay losing that. Hopefully this gets them out of mana before they're able to do more tricks. They have the counter. Okay, well, GG on that. Just like I said, there were some combat tricks. Didn't get enough mana that I needed, so okay. Got one loss. Oh yeah, when you're on this tier, it actually goes down. So, have to be careful about those losses. Let's go to the next. Let's see if we can get the third win here. Let's see. So, well, you know, we were silver and we got paired with gold. So I think again, like right here, it's kind of struggling to match me. So I know that what happens is that when it doesn't match you right away, it might take you out of your range. And so it put me up against a gold player. Let's try that again. I guess in this time of day, it's not quite finding too many people in my range. Yeah, I don't need to be paired with some gold tier players. And we've got 1,400 gems so far, so that's good, but let's see what happens here. Okay, I guess while it waits to match me up, let's look at some stuff over here. The magic news of the day. Masters sets are back, and so that means a brand new super expensive product is coming out. Double Masters. It's going to have 333 cards, releasing August 7th. 24 packs per booster box. These are probably going to be about $300, unfortunately. Okay, let's go back here. So we're playing against a bronze player. So am I the baddie? Okay, so this is a lot of blue mana, but I just need one. And I'm in business. One white mana, and I'm in business. Kunaros is their pet. They've got the World Championship 26 sleeves. I've got my France sleeves. Don't tell me it's another brushwag turn 1. Okay, nope. So, all I need is my next white mana, and I'm good. Come on, 1 white mana. The odds of me getting white mana are completely in my favor. There we go. Okay, so let's start to set up a 2/3. They might, of course, mutate onto that non-creature. Next turn, I suppose I'll put a Vulpikeet by itself, and then I can start to mutate onto it, or if I get a smaller creature, I can put that out and then mutate onto it. I could also bring out my Perimeter Sergeant. They passed the attack phase. They got a they got a crystal. Okay, so I guess I want to save that Lynx for something good, so I'll just bring out a plain old 2/3 flyer. No blocks. We have 4 mana. What amazing shenanigans will they mutate? To this little bug. Pay 5 mana to bring it back from your graveyard. Over and over. Flavor text. I've never seen them survive lava. No, I've seen them survive lava, trampling, and a Moloch's digestive system. They just roll out and get on with their lives. Gannett, Skysail Zoologist. Okay, that was a lot of effort for that. So I suppose the important thing to get rid of is the non-human. The pouncing shark actually is not that great. But it's got flash, so I would be able to disrupt their mutation shenanigans. Balin is the opponent. Okay, so they have 5 mana with their beautiful Zagoth crystal. Flavor text: from the fertile muck of Zagoth, everything, animal, etc., grows rugged. Okay, so what do we want to do here? That's going to come back as a 4/4 in just a moment. I could go all in and they would block something. Yeah, that'll be fine, because then I can mutate onto the Vulpikeet anyway. So whatever they block here, I'm just going to do more damage, definitely 4 damage. They see that I have a lot of untapped mana. Hopefully they get scared about that. What do they value more? Oh, they took no damage. Okay. Well, I think what I want to do here is, so as soon as they try to mutate onto that Whisperer, Duskfang, who cares? But I guess they'll put a counter on the Whisperer. Sure. Then, next turn, they'll be able to do the thing. Okay, so that has lifelink now, whatever. Mutate onto this. Pretty. Send back that beautiful stack of critters. No life gain for you. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Got 3 more mana. Bring that back to life. Who cares? Okay, so let's do one more mutation up here in the air. Keep that under. mutates even more, send other stuff back. What do we want to send back? I guess that. Then that might be GG. They have 2 blockers with 3 attackers. I guess it's not GG. Never mind. But they're at 1. The countdown is at 1. So unless they can get rid of that flyer, that might not be good. They have a ton of mana. Hopefully no dirge bats, but there's nothing to mutate onto it. And so yes, I do have that vulnerable single mutated creature. Let's see what we get. What does everyone think in the chat? Will we make it? They're thinking very hard. They keep looking at that shore shark. If they can get rid of it, they'll be okay. But if they can't, it might be a little trouble. They have a ton of mana. They can make a huge Ivy Elemental, but again, it doesn't have reach, so... What are we getting here? They passed their attack phase. Okay. Let's... Guess it doesn't really matter what we do. The forecast for making it seems good. Let's see. They could have that one green spell that prevents all damage. No, they have a leech. Okay. So that'll be okay. That's still a flyer, so, and that doesn't have lifelink, so double block on that. Okay. There we go. So a big ol' scary leech out of nowhere, but then that still gets them. So very nice. So a moment ago I was a silver player versus a gold player and I got killed. And then now I'm the silver player versus the bronze player and I killed them. So the algorithm again, kind of weird. Let's take one more quick break and we'll keep going on here. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. Hopefully you're enjoying the Magic gameplay. We've got other things to do as well. We could look at a little bit more Magic news and maybe some art and such. But I'll be right back one quick moment. Talk amongst yourselves. Alright, everyone, welcome back. So, once again, thank you, Wizards of the Coast, for currently hosting me. That's pretty amazing. If you're over on the Magic Twitch account, make sure you jump over to my account, twitch.tv/VMCampos, so that you can earn VMC points. And those VMC points will get you to game codes, courtesy of Wizards of the Coast. Thanks for that. So let's go on in one moment to the next matches. Before that, though, what I want to do is remind people, if we switch over to the web browser, that I do a podcast. I do 2 podcasts, but the one that people might care about, I do a Magic the Gathering podcast called Let's Enter the Arena. We're up to episode 73, where I interview various people from the full spectrum of Magic players. Comes out every Friday in your favorite podcast apps. You can get this off of Pandora, Spotify, Google Play, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Overcast, everywhere fine podcasts are found. Just search for VM Campos and subscribe. So, this Friday's podcast was a solo one, just myself talking about a new deck that I like, a Brawl Kahira deck, which I may play here on stream perhaps. But before that, I had King Omni, first time guest to the podcast. He's actually a Magic judge, and we talked about his gameplay. We had some fun talk about judging. I asked them about explaining banding. He was not able to. Now, I asked him to explain banding in one sentence, and he was not able to. So that's totally normal. But yes, he's a Magic judge. Before that, I had Power Dragon on the podcast. Another very cool guy. He was doing Magic back in the 90s. He wrote for Scry Magazine. Anyone out there remember Scry Magazine? Did Scry ever make it to New Zealand over there? Mark? Scry was... Not Scry Magazine, what am I thinking? Yeah, Scry Magazine. InQuest was the big famous one. Scry Magazine was the alternative one. Power Dragon used to write articles for Scry Magazine. He's also met various famous Magic personalities. So, if people are interested in a Magic podcast, search for VM Campos on your favorite podcasting app, or find me on SoundCloud. Just search VM Campos on SoundCloud and check out the podcast. If you're also interested in comic books, I do a comic book podcast every Wednesday. That one is up to 217 episodes. All of this is free. Get it from your favorite podcast apps. But that's a little bit of self-promo before we get back to the game. Let's see if we can win a little bit more. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours and 42 minutes. Plus I had a couple of hiccups in the beginning where I had to restart the stream. But 3 hours. Okay, so this is the state of things so far. I've got 5 wins. I'm winning 4 packs so far, and it's coming along pretty nice. 4 packs, 1,600 gems. I won my entry fee back. Actually, I paid it in gold, not gems. But yeah, 5 wins. Is this part of the Penta win? Should I submit this for my Penta win? Yeah, I should submit this. Is the Penta win even still available? Let's take a look at that challenge for a moment. Agility, mutating, super flare, Pentawin. The Pentawin is still available, although it's been taking forever to do, right? So I might submit this one. Achieve 5 wins or better in a premier draft. Okay, I'm gonna try to submit that. I guess I'm up to 5 wins. I didn't even quite notice, but Obviously, I'm not showing off like, yeah, I didn't notice I won 5 times. But no, yep, we're at 5 wins. I guess editing that to submit will be a thing. Plus, when I jump back and forth to do other things, it makes the submission even longer. But let's go to the next person. And see what else we get. So there's no magic friends on at the moment. That's odd. I often have a few people on at least, but I guess not at the moment. Thank you for that. And yep, it's having a little bit of a hard time finding people. I don't know, does that mean there's not very many people playing at the moment? Or my win-loss ratio is a little difficult for people to match up with? In the meantime, let's open another one of these pull one of these vintage cards. Oh, I guess we'll have to wait. Pitbull is the opponent. They are a high-level bronze. I am silver, and I get to go first. So, okay. No turn 1 plays or anything, but it does seem overall that things are relatively slow in this format, except if you get the Boros deck. So this is a turn 2 Rescuer, okay. Or they're just scared of the Great Pasha. Okay, so they are going to do some sort of cycling, most likely. That's that Valiant Rescuer I like. And, what's next? Okay, I'll probably play that Vulpikeet, no problem. And then I'll have something to eventually mutate onto. Okay, combat trick here? Probably. They could cycle as well, although they don't get the trigger twice. Nope, there's the combat trick. Okay. So, that was just until end of turn. But I guess what we'll do here, let's see if they've got another... Yeah, they have another combat trick. It's still pausing for them one more time. So that's either a cycle or a combat trick. What do we think they have? Do they have that same combat trick again? Yeah, I'm sure they have that same combat trick again. I'm fine with them burning them all up. Yep, same one. Next up. Let's see, do they have another one? Were they able to crack another one? Still has double white open. Still has double white, and this time, okay, they're out of combat tricks, so there we go. They're out of combat tricks for the moment. Were these good trades? I don't know, but let's see. Do we want to... I guess we're going to need more blockers. We've got plenty of Vulpikeets to gum up the board, but I'll start to do some damage here. Let's see. If they attack with their 1/1, that can give it a +1, so I can block with the Keet. Okay, I think they're kind of blowing their main deck, so we'll be okay. They're probably trying to psych me out with one more trick, so yeah, I guess it'll be safer to take out one of the things that I can take out. Yeah, so they're out of combat tricks. They're going to gain some life off of that. Guess what I'll do is I guess I'll hold back with the blocker that can take them, and hopefully they didn't draw anything better. That's a land. They're probably out of tricks if they are hesitating like this. Attacking with a couple of these. So okay, they're gonna ping me a little bit here and there. I'm gonna keep gaining that life. Okay, I guess I gotta do these blockers. I guess I've got to hold back a bit. I've got the Divine Arrow to do stuff. Hopefully their cards are out of gas. They're gonna cycle that. Sure. Drop a land. Gonna keep gaining that land. Okay, so let's draw a card here. Let's draw another card. Okay, so I guess what I'll do is try to start whittling these away, even though they're gonna automatically gain 2 life because they have those 2 bonders. And that's a Kolga. Great. Okay, but I've got, that's an instant, but I don't think that will take care of the fight. I think it's still gonna hit me, so that's oh, okay, good. That doesn't, good. That fizzled. Very nice. I'm gonna do a couple of attacks here. It doesn't untap. Well, it's got vigilance, so never mind. We'll block one thing. Okay, get some more blockers here. Guess what I'll try to do here is just go for some attackers to bring them down from 30 life. I've got the arrow. Another bonder, okay. I'm just gonna hold off and automatically gain 3 life. Okay. How do we deal with this? What else is in the deck that will help me deal with this? So I've only got the 1 Divine Arrow, I've got those 2 darts. They're giving that a +1, that's out of my range now. They still are going to get 2 life gain. This is how it ends. Alright, so mana flooded and no good answers for that. But at least I got to take out their Kogla before it could do anything to me. 5 wins, I guess. We'll take that. Let's go look at our prizes. Let's look on the bright side and go look at the prizes. 4 booster packs of Ikoria, very nice. And then a 1600 gems, so that'll be a free entry for the next time. Let's go crack those packs. So we've got 4 to choose from. Alright, anything good here for my decks? Don't really need too much here, but then we've got the Labyrinth Raptor. Very cool art on that. 2/2 Menace. Next booster. We've got here... not really looking for anything here. The rare is Vadrock. Apex of Thunder. 3 mana for a 3/3. Flying for a strike. Mutates for 4. Whenever this mutates, You may cast target non-creature card with CMC of 3 or less from your graveyard for free. So it brings smaller things back from the graveyard for free. Well, not for free, because you have to pay the 4 to mutate. Well, actually, you can mutate onto it, and this will still trigger. This is one of the confusing things about mutate. When you mutate onto something, it still triggers, it's still mutated. So the thing happens. So that's fun. Next up on the next booster, got a wild card. Ketria Triome. So it's in Ketria colors. And the last booster is... that's my first Farfinder, really? Okay. And then the rare is the Sky Cat Sovereign. So that makes cute cats. The other Cub Warden doesn't make very cute cats. This is the cutest cat of all. Pay 4 mana to make some 1/1s, and this gets stronger the more 1/1s you have. Nice. The bounty on its head is as old as Skysail, but no one has ever tried to collect. So those were those. Let's shift up some gameplay for a moment. I've made some really fun, weird, dumb decks here for Historic. And the maybe you should add that to the deck. The cat, that Sky Sovereign cat. Well, I don't have any blue-white kind of like flying decks. It's blue-white. The Kahira deck that I have is white-green. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll just play some plain old traditional standard. Let's play some plain old play. Check it out. I've got this brand new, really dumb deck that I made with Ulamog. We've got Ulamog on Arena now. One of the Ulamogs. No, make a blue-white deck. That might be kind of cool, actually. So let me make a note of that. Blue-white cats. That might be a cool, fun deck there. So I've got 3 Ulamog decks. One Brawl, Historic Brawl, but you can't play unless you challenge someone. And then these other 2 Ulamog decks. One is pure Ulamog, and the other one has other win conditions. Just for fun, I'm going to try both of these out. These decks are terrible, but when they work, they're so much fun, because I've had times that I've played this, and then my opponent auto-concedes. They have 19 life, and then they auto-concede. The family man is the opponent, so be prepared to see a lot of losses in this deck. There is a huge amount of ramp, however, so in theory, I could get Ulamog out. But let's try this out. So we have all of these utility lands, acceleration as best as possible. All I need to do, of course, is get Ulamog eventually on in my hand, and cast it, and survive a turn, and counter spells, and all of that. So it's a 10/10. When you summon it, you exile 2 permanents, so that could include lands. Oh man, where were you, Mind Stone? But anyway, okay, this will kind of work. Get the Mind Stone out, get the field out, sack these 2 things. I am missing... No, it's not missing a land drop. Okay, so I need a land next turn. That's 3 + 4. That can give me the Firemind's Vessel. Yeah, in theory, if this deck can hold off... Again, it's not crafted well at all in terms of there's no protection and there's no removal. It's completely focused on acceleration. So I'm just trying to get 10 mana plus Ulamog as soon as possible and just wreck the opponent with an auto-concede. So we'll play a few games of this and we'll see how it goes. But this is such a dumb deck. It's got like a 5% win rate. I don't know how much win rate it has. I haven't checked my stats. But it's not a good deck. But it's fun. And if I'm like tired of playing for real, then it's time to play fun, dumb stuff. But maybe someone else in the chat can help figure out how to make the deck better. It's going to be better just by adding removal. Like, I have no removal. It's all lockets, gilded lotuses. There's Ulamog. Okay, so if I can play this right, I'm missing a land drop, so that's not great. But I have the Firemind's Vessel, which doubles my mana. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 mana. If I drop a land, that's 7. If I have that 7 lands, I can drop a couple. I could drop the Gilded Lotus, and I might be there. 3 mana. So 3, 4, 5. I have 5 mana. I have 5 mana for the Lotus. 5. When I get the Lotus, I can bring out another Locket. So let's see. Okay, so nothing's getting countered. Let's see what we get. I had one time when I played this and I summoned Ulamog and I did cool stuff, and then I okay, so after this I did get the land. Let's drop a Lotus. That is 3 plus 2 if I had one more land. Okay, drop a Locket. Drop another Locket, Ulamog next turn. If it doesn't get countered, let's see what happens. So we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11 mana. Let's see if we can summon that Ulamog. What are they doing? They're going with blue, white, divination. Okay. As long as they don't have... Okay, they've got 3 mana open. 1 blue plus 2 more. It's pausing. What will they... They're going to use everything up. Okay, that's not good because they'll bounce back my Lotus and then I'm not there. So, yep, this is like... So many times it's happened that I've been this close to winning it because there goes my Lotus. I'm not going to have enough after that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Even if I get one land, yep. So after something like this, it's like, do I even want to keep playing? Because, oh, actually, wait a minute. Math. Math is not my friend. That is 11 mana. Or 10 mana. So, okay, we got Ulamog online versus the Family Man. They could summon Teferi, bounce it back, summon it again. Oh, pacifying it. Okay, that's another way to handle it. Sure. Birth of Meletus. I've got 4 Ulamogs on this. So, all I need to do is get my next Ulamog and I'll be in business. That's not an Ulamog. So what I could do is crack some of my Lockets. I'll still have plenty of mana. But then, that's not an Ulamog. Okay, so I guess it's 1, 2, that's enough for a Lotus. I could crack the stone. That's a dart. Okay, at this point, let's bring out another Locket. Field, sure. Don't need those planes. Okay, I still have 10 mana. I just need to get my next Ulamog. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's exactly 10 mana. There's a Teferi. They'll bounce back the Vessel. So I'll have 3, I'll have 6, 7, 8, 9. They used up their blue mana. Egg. Okay, I'm gonna go towards more of my card draw spells so that I could get my next Ulamog. We'll do the Void for a Scribe. Don't need that. Then, after this point, get that Lotus. 3 mana for another. And here, I guess, yes, you have made a bad deck there. Yes. Do you mean bad as like the kids love to say, that deck is bad? Or do you mean bad for real as in like who would even play this? But I did destroy one of their lands, exile one of their lands. So I just have to wait. There's a Nissa. Okay, sure. Come on, the odds are that I could get an Ulamog, I could summon that Ulamog, wreck both of their planeswalkers, and then we're in business. They're going to untap their blue source, actually, so my dart won't do anything to a Vigilance land. It needs more Stomping Critters. It's like, it's really dumb. It's just like focused on, okay, they tapped that, so actually, if you tap that, then I can say you cannot untap that. Whoops. But yeah, it needs other things. I'll share this other deck. I have this other deck that has Ulamog plus other win conditions. That one wins more than this. But all we need is that one more Ulamog. The odds of it are very, 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 very good. That's not an Ulamog. Okay, so let's crack our next locket. It needs lots of Eldrazi. There's only 4 Eldrazi in... There's only 1 Eldrazi in... Okay. There's only 1 Eldrazi in... 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I have plenty of mana. I guess I'll bring out the land that could... So they only put 1 Eldrazi in this current version of Arena. Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger. There's no more other Eldrazi in Arena at the moment. So I tapped their blue source, so they have no blue counters. Yeah, people either love or hate Eldrazi just because they can be quite game warping. Come on, everyone, send me your power, send me your good vibes, just like we all did to Goku. Send me your power. Next card's got to be Ulamog. Come on, next card. Then we wreck them and they auto-concede. Okay. That's not one, but I can crack that Mind Stone, and come on, next card, Ulamog. It's not Ulamog. Okay, let's crack our next. Still no Ulamogs. There are 4 Ulamogs in this deck, but they're all at the bottom of the deck, obviously. And then another land. Okay. So, let's... bring another crackable land, I guess. That gives me 2 in total. They got their blue source back. How many cards do I have here? They are the last 3 cards. I've got 31 cards left in hand. They've got 34. So they have 1 blue source. They're gonna +1 their Teferi. They're gonna Growth Spiral. They tapped out their island. Actually, they're gonna... Yes, actually, they did tap their island because Nissa will not untap it. So they have no counter spell. They have a 3/3. They have a Banishing Light. What are they banishing? What are they banishing? They're banishing one of my Lotus. Okay, that still gives me 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I still have 10 mana. Fine, they got my Lotus. They have a Nissa with 7, and she ultimates at 8. Okay. Come on, next turn. Come on, next turn. Ulamog, I can feel it. Next turn, Ulamog, and then I'm about to end this person's whole career. We're like this close to a rage quit. 6 damage. Okay, I'm back to 20 life. Okay. Let's scry. Okay. What else? There's Ulamog, but then I don't have 10 mana. Okay, so let's just drop in all of this stuff just to be safe. There's Ulamog, but a little too late. They have Ultimate Nissa now, and they have a full grip of cards. They have one blue source. They have things like Banishing Light and Pacifism. Well, if this Ulamog gets dealt with, there's still 2 more. The odds of getting the next ones must be even higher than ever. So now I got a Tamio. I guess that doesn't really matter. Actually, they're gonna get something. Yeah, they've got way too much card advantage and everything. So it'll be fun to bring out this Ulamog, but it's not gonna do too much. It'll be impressive. But I'm gonna Banishing Light one of my artifacts. Okay, we've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We still have 10 mana just with lands, so I guess we'll be okay. They'll probably Teferi back my other artifact. Guess not. Okay, they chose to +1 instead. 6 more damage. Here we go. Bring out a new Ulamog. Exile this. Exile this. Keep the unpacified one. Drop a void. Dig for the next ones. Okay, so now this is just gonna get banished or whatever. So that was impressive, but I'll probably move on very soon just because they're going to do some sort of removal, and then we're just back and forth with 3. We've got 4 3/3s. Yep, Banishing Light. So you saw this deck. You saw that if I'm able to ramp to it, it does fun stuff, but, you know, against a Teamer deck with all of that removal, that's what happens there. So that's that deck. The other variation, which has actually some other stuff to work with, is this other Ulamog deck. It is a horrible deck. So where's the other one? The other one actually has way more win conditions and other stuff to work with. There we go. No, that's a Brawl deck. God, can't they even make it so that you can search for your own decks in this stupid screen? I tell you, 1 step forward, 1 step back. There it is, right there. All I need, like, they can stop the rest of the magic, they can stop the further improvements. Okay, here's the other deck. It's got Ulamog, yes, but here's the other thing here. Traxos, the 7/7 for 4 mana, and then combo it with my Voltaic Servant to bring it back to life. Better yet, the Voltaic Key that no one reads because it's got unblockability, and Shambling Suit. So this deck is an artifact plus Ulamog deck with Traxos. I've got 4 Traxoses, 4 Ulamogs. I've got the Shambling Suit that gets bigger with more artifacts. I've got the Voltaic Servant that untaps artifacts. So I've got the ramp with some of these. I've got ramp with some mana rocks. It does other stuff besides single-handedly trying to build an Ulamog. Okay, so it's gonna be a 2/3. They're gonna do creature stuff. I've got a 7/7 right here. you find yourself tapping your tablet to try to play it, you might need some sleep. I might need some sleep too. It's 1 in the morning and I've been streaming. This will be my last game. That's a good idea. I've been streaming for 4 hours now, so I probably should shut it down. So let's just play one game of this. And, oh, they did their perfect combo here. Enrage that for more mana. Sure. My perfect combo is next turn, Voltaic Servant to untap my 7/7, which will then automatically untap my 7/7. So, bring one of these critters out here. It is 8:10 p.m. Sunday for you. I'm going to block that, which tramples. Nice. Then I'll bring my suit out a little later. I guess I could bring it out now because it'll just be bigger. That untaps my Traxos, and that's a 5/3. I can untap my Mind Stone for whatever reason. So that's a 7/7, a 5/3, a 1/3. They have a Carnage Tyrant? Sure. That's a 7/7, but I have a... That's a 7/6, but I have a 7/7, which I can make unblockable and untap with my key. So Ulamog is in here, but the other kind of fun thing with this is the artifact stuff. So I can't believe they had both Traxos and the... oh man, they got rid of my thing. Well, you should probably see my other cards. So I can't believe that Traxos and... I can't believe that Traxos and... okay, so I will attack, hold priority, make my creature unblockable, goes in for 7 damage. Lotus Veil. If they attack, that's 10. Oops. Okay, Shifting Ceratops. They have enough for the haste. So if that attacks, that's a 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 9 plus 8 is 17. Okay, so I guess I do have to block. I guess what I'll block is... okay, that's not so bad at all. That'll be 9 damage, but I'll still be around. On my turn, I could attack with a 7/7. I could definitely do a block. Guess I should block. Let's crack this Mind Stone to see what else we can pull. Void. Another Traxos. Okay, well, I could summon another Traxos to... I won't be able to pull that in time. I could summon a Traxos to untap my creature, and then with the key, I can untap that as well. So let's give this a try. Yep, go ahead and summon another Traxos, untaps me, keep the one with no summon sickness, attack with that. I might say, what is this big brain play? If they don't block, I can then untap my Traxos with my key. They might attack with an 8/7, which I can take. Okay, they're gonna take that damage. Fine. Okay. What's next? One more Giganto. Okay, well, that can be blocked, so guess we'll wait on this. That's a Marauder. Okay, so we block that. I guess that's game over. And that's the egg. So, yep, that was that deck right there. It can work, but for whatever reason didn't quite pull what I needed. And that's got a lot of fun shenanigans with Traxos and untapping and artifacts and all that good stuff. So, yep, that was that at the moment. Let's start winding down at this point. In real life, I got a Kogla. Remember that one opponent had their own Kogla in the match. Played, I won 5 games on the draft, so that's nice. Showed a couple of dumb decks. Got to the, hey Echidna, how are you doing? I just starting to wind down, but yes, you got to see my interesting decks right there, the Ulamog decks. And we've got 2 people from the Southern Hemisphere right now, actually. So Mark over on YouTube is in New Zealand, and Echidna is over at Tasmania. So you're both down there in the Southern Hemisphere. And here I am in San Diego wrapping things up. So yeah, thanks for visiting, everyone. It was fun. We got hosted by the Magic Channel for a little while. That was really cool. A couple of students came to visit as well, and played a couple of these Ulamog decks. I also have a Brawl Ulamog deck, but it's historic, so you can't really play against people unless you 1v1 them. And we also looked at some vintage cards together. Let's look at one more vintage card from the vintage card box right here, and then we'll call it a night. So let's see, I'm not looking, and we've got here the, what card is this? Oh, we've got Infuse. This is, let's switch over like this. This looks way better. We're looking at Infuse, 3 mana, instant, untap, target artifact, creature, or land, and then draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So this is one of these slow trips. This is from Ice Age, 1995. This is instantly untap something and draw a card. Flavor text. The potential for change lies in all things. Know a thing's nature, know its possibilities, and know it anew. Thus spake Gusta Ebbesdaughter, Kildoran Royal Mage. Very cool art by Randy Gallegos, one of these realistic style of arts from back in the day, with a lot of infusing healing touch hands. So another classic Ice Age card. So, yep, everyone, thanks so much for hanging out. Don't forget to check out the podcast. Search VM Campos on your favorite podcasting app. You'll find the podcast Let's Enter the Arena. And got a lot of cool guests on that, talking about Magic. Releases every Friday. And I've got a new deck tech video coming out on Monday on my YouTube. It's a Brawl deck with Kahira, Selesnya cats, and such. So thanks everyone for coming to hang out. It means a lot to me when you do some gameplay together, win some fun matches, have some fun in general, and I'll be back again next time. Thank you as well. Thanks everyone coming to hang out, and I'll see everyone next Saturday, 8 p.m. Pacific Time, or wherever in whatever hemisphere you may be visiting from. This has been VM Campos, and I'll see you next time.